normal, but okay, we're not doing this rune light thing. We're working on Funi. So, all right, let's see. What are the plans for today? I think I just want to get physics done for Yacht dice, however you want to say it, because that's kind of a pain. The physics is always a pain for me. So I'll show y'all what I've got currently, and then we'll work on it. And then in other news, I managed to figure out how to get RuneLight to build locally, so I can work on plugins and stuff, which is super cool because there's just one plugin I've been wanting to make for RuneScape. I don't know how many y'all play this, but specifically I always struggle with like my loadouts, so I want to make something to make that a bit easier. Howdy Senpai, how's it going? Alrighty. But anywho, first thing is this Yacht dice thing. So we've got the server running locally already, and I'll show y'all what I got currently. I have not done the physics for this. This is just what the LLMs have come up with. So we're gonna have to polish the code because it's a bit ugly right now. Push-ups? Great. Okay. So this is, you know, not super great looking. The dice just kind of go all over the place, and then they also don't show the correct things, and then there's like some weird overlapping stuff. So a lot to improve. And I guess we'll start with push-ups. All right. Let me switch over to here. Oh wait, if I switch to the other scene, hold on. I gotta fix this thing. So this needs to get deleted. And then I have to add. Hold on. Where's this one? Add existing VLC. And that should hopefully magically work. Great. Okay. Howdy, Galahad. I'm trying something different too. We're doing old school RuneScape music instead of the other audio, because like a pull past last time to like change up the music, so we're trying this. Wait, we're doing push-ups? Yeah, okay. Alright, back up to 12. Only 5? That was 12! What are you talking about? Holy. Howdy Mark, how's it going? Setups leg races, wait. What is this? Alright, let me catch my breath a little bit. Can't just be arms. Oh man. I was doing squats before the stream. Not too many though, it was pretty simple. Okay, here we go. Oh, thanks for the sub. Thanks, Isaac. How's it going? God. Okay. There. Is that enough? Alrighty. So as I was working on this thing, yeah, current physics, bit odd. The dice need to like not collide with each other. We don't need more exercise. Let's take a look at the code, what we've got so far. These LLM, oh my god, posture check. Okay. So, the LLMs typically mess up a lot of things, like it'll mess up the shadows and then I have to go in and fix it and all that jazz. What is this rigid body API? Where does that even come from? So it's an unknown type. It's probably just like rigid body or something. Let's see if that magically works. Howdy cat, how's it going? Oh, that might work. Wait, why is it not happy here though? Can't find declaration. What? How's that possible? Okay, maybe the TypeScript service has to be restarted. Overlay? Oh, right, yeah. Here y'all, here you go. Now you can see. And for those who couldn't see the physics before, you can see it's pretty messed up. We have to fix the bounding box so that they don't like roll off. And you can kind of see like it's a bit funky here. They're kind of colliding with each other. That's not supposed to happen. The shadows are fine. I got that fixed. Kind of. Except the way the shadows work is they're delayed. So it's not ideal. Like when I first start the game, the positions are all wonky. And let me see if I can reproduce that. If I get to go first, then it'll become obvious. Yeah, so this part's weird. Like before they get thrown, I've got to fix that. I don't even know why they all just kind of coalesce into the center. So I can see the positions of the dice, like where they're supposed to be, and then they're just not. I have an idea. Let's do a take game snapshot here, and then that will help me kind of reproduce this without having to like be in the game. But let's see if I already have one like that. Am I enjoying GPT-5? Yeah, a lot actually. It seems like it might be really good for stories. We'll see, but it's got some promise to it. Although I did find that I don't know. It's weird. It's like it thinks that it did a better job translating than like an official translator. Like I've done stories where like I've grabbed a random book by like a random author, and then I've taken the translated version of that book and I've kind of asked the GPT to go from that translation back to the original. And it does not a super great job. Like, as a human reading it, I can tell that the original is of higher quality, right? Like, it just hits better, the wording is better. So I know that the original is better than what GPT came up with, but then when I ask GPT to rate it, or if I ask Gemini to rate it, it thinks that the machine translated version is better, which is wrong. So I think that these LLMs are not being properly trained on what humans want for quality with the writing. That's you know, just what I think. I don't have numbers to back it up, but that seems to be the case. So I'm wondering what would happen if I then train a model, like fine tune it on maybe like including the Amazon review or like the scores or whatever along with the actual story. I don't know. I wonder if there's like a better way to fine tune these things. Quality in language is an interesting thing. Yeah, it's a bit subjective, but then like there's parts to it that are like seemingly not that subjective. Like, you mean, you know, proper grammar, that's an obvious thing. But then you've got like more subjective things like the rhythm of the story, like the flow. Alrighty. You asked GPT-5 to help with code and it started doing crazy stuff. Yeah, we see that too, especially if you ask it for a lot of code. So LLMs tend to be better if you do like a small amount of code. If you give it like too big of a task, it just explodes and comes up with nonsense and tries to make it seem like it makes sense, and it's like crazy. Okay, so we've got in-game. Okay, this is perfect. This is what I need. So why are they all bunched up at the center before things happen? So these shadow refs. The shadow refs don't update properly, and why is this still upset with me? Why does it not know about the React 3 rapier? Thingamabob. Okay, so what if I just go back here? Maybe it's not npm-i? No, that doesn't make sense. It has to be, because otherwise the code would explode. It wouldn't work. Maybe I need types for rapier. Maybe that's it. I don't think there is. React 3 rapier types. Let's see. React 3 rapier. It doesn't say anything about types. So it should just magically have them. Okay, what if I just do this and then just Alt-Enter here? Okay, come on. That doesn't make any sense. JetBrains is taking crazy pills. How did I first design Funi? How did I structure the folder and how did the design all that jazz? I mean, this is like through years of experience. I've kind of just changed the way I write code, right? What's the keyboard? I hit bang keyboard, it'll tell you. But typically I do it by function, so I kind of group similar functionality. For games, they're really nice because you can just make it like very modular, right? So you can have a games folder, and then within that folder you can have like unique IDs for each of the games, and then all of the code for that game lives in that folder, which is really nice because it means I can just pull out that folder and delete a game, essentially, right? You're just kind of like slotting it in. So that kind of idea of being able to slot stuff in is really powerful because it means that you can replace things a lot easier, right? And it's kind of just the way we code all that jazz. Okay, this temp queue thing is unused. So I can delete that and make it a little simpler. 400 lines of code, though, is kind of a lot. Is there more I can delete? Random cut positions is fine. This seems absurd. So I'm assuming this can be simplified quaternion to world space. It seems to work, but I don't know why. Let's see, mesh instances. I know it does some silly things too. Where it gets like the different faces of the dice or something. And then it does a whole bunch of other stuff. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do some commits. And then from those commits, I'm just gonna make some adjustments. So, okay, how much code was there before? I don't think there was a lot. I think I had it pretty small. It was like 150 lines total, if even. So from about 590 to... yeah, it was like 100 lines. Super simple. Okay, what is this dice size used for? Yacht cup. Yacht cup. Why is it positioned based on the dice size? So the Y position, that's supposed to be like up and down, right? But for some reason, my X and Y are like left to right and top to bottom of the page. And then Z is like the depth, which is strange. It's not what you expect in 3 coordinates. But apparently, that's fine. Okay, whatever. We'll just leave it as is. Maybe this is okay. What is this commented out part? Other user ID. Oh yeah, we deleted that because now we have more user IDs. Okay. Let's delete some of this other stuff. Oh yeah, did y'all see the like the tree thing or whatever that Mr. Beast and XQC and the others did? I got them to shout out Phony, kind of. I got Mr. Beast to say like phony.com, because he didn't know how to say phony.com. So I consider that a win. It you know, cost a little bit of money. I had to do like a small donation, but totally worth it. Kind of. It really didn't bring any extra traffic, but it was fun. What I was trying to do is I was trying to hack the site so that instead of a $3 minimum donation, I could do like a 1 cent donation. 25k donation? No, it was like a $3 donation. So I think, who was it? It was like, was it the CEO of Stag or someone? Someone told like Mr. Beast and everyone that he would do like some crazy donation if they shouted out like the next couple hundred donors. So like, as soon as he started shouting them out, I sent a donation. And I was also doing like things, I was like messing with the networking so that I could, I think it was API.tilt actually. I was like modifying the requests. There were like 2 requests that were getting sent to the server, and one of those requests was to update the amounts that you're donating. So I made like a little thing that like overrode window fetch. So it was like this, const orange fetch equals window.fetch. And then you just do like window.fetch equals like your wrapper, right? Something like this, and then you can just return org fetch args, right? So now you have like a nice little way to kind of packet edit your way into like whatever you want. So I'd be like, if args bracket 0 dot includes, you know, my API target, then instead of orange fetch, you do something else. Of course, that's not how we code. We code the opposite way, kind of like a guard statement. So if it doesn't match, you just return fetch, and then you would do something like args bracket 1 dot body, and you would just do something like this, right? So now you have like a way you can just replace stuff. But the problem is, when I did this, it would disable the cart because it was using React, and it was like 2 separate API calls, and I almost got it working. Like I got it to not have the cart disabled, and the way I did that is I just like did a set timeout, so it didn't send the request instantly. And then I would send like the original request first, and then I would send like the second one to update the cart. But maybe there was like another API call or something that I missed, so it still charged me $3, and that was very sad. But I did, that was fun. And then something else I did which was fun is Pirate Software had a game jam, and there were leaderboards, right? So I had some fun with leaderboards. Let's see. What was the latest? It was the one that just happened. The one that was like, no, this is like last year. Maybe if it's like, if I do 16. Is this the one that happened just a few days ago? No. Maybe that's not it. 17? Maybe it was this one. Oh, where's the game? I don't remember. It was somewhere. But I took #1 on the leaderboards. Again with editing. Anywho, okay, back to fun stuff. Let's see. What is wrong with this dice? So it's not updating shadow refs. How? Update static 2D shadows to follow translation. It is on use frame, so you'd expect this to occur constantly. In fact, I can just do this, and then we can refresh this, and it should tell us. Okay, yeah, tons of new frames coming in, but for some reason... Oh! Right, the shadows are exactly where they're supposed to be. It's the dice that are spinning in the center that are wrong. Okay, easy fix. Let's do this. I'm gonna get a commit in, and then that'll make it a lot easier for Claude to do the right thing. I don't really want to push to the main branch, so I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a new branch. We're gonna move all the changes over there, and that way I can use Claude and I can get like a bunch of commits in and iterate without like actually pushing and deploying to the main branch. Let's call it Yacht physics because that's what we're going to be doing. And obviously we're going to bring all of our changes with us. Alright, so what is gonna be in this? Let me make sure I don't have anything. Okay, all the files look safe. Okay. Just call it add initial physics, and then we'll clean up all the code. It's kind of a mess, but it is what it is. As long as it works, I don't really care too much how clean the code is, right? Since this is just like a single game, and it's not gonna like leak into other games if it's worse. Okay. So we'll commit that code real fast. I find that Claude is still the best for just like this part of code. I've used GPT-5 and I've used like the thinking version, I've used the pro version. It's just not as nice to work with, right? It's very kludgy. Like if you want to make small changes, then you really want to get like a diff back. You don't want it to go and make like a huge change. Because if it just replaces the whole file, you're gonna get like a lot of regressions. So that's kind of where Claude comes in and is a lot better because it will do those small diffs. And you can do it with GPT-5, it's just not straightforward. Alright, so what I want is the initial dice in Yacht. I think it's Yacht dice, yeah. Need to be positioned properly. Currently they just spin in the center on the first turn. Let's see if that makes it work. And while that's working, rotate each die as a visual child of the combined quaternion. Let's see. Something somewhere in here causes them to rotate. If not sleeping, if they are sleeping. And it's gonna be something with a quaternion. Idle, no values yet. Reset to idle placement. It must be this one. So if something here doesn't set the position. I mean, here is setting the translation, right? So it sounds almost like idle positions ref doesn't have any values, right? Because you can see here, like, if it doesn't exist, it's gonna put it in the middle. That's gotta be what's happening. Okay, well, Claude is apparently done. Let's see if Claude managed to fix it. They're positioned, but that can't be right. Like, the shadows are completely off, but it seems like it's an offset. It doesn't, like, it seems like it's there, but then maybe the shadows are just to the bottom right of the act. No, it can't be it. Is that the same, just like flipped, like if I flip it somehow? Because I can see they're now being randomly positioned, which is good. It's almost like the shadows are flipped. Maybe not, because it looks like shadow, 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 shadow. And that's not the same pattern. Okay. What did it change? Because it messed it up a little bit. Oh, I see. So before it was like really broken, and now it's doing this array thing. It's not fixed. The dice are getting pretty close to each other. Need to use middle school dance rules. I don't know what middle school dance rules are, Dan. I've been out of school for a little bit, you know? Is it like you hold out your arms or something and you can't, and no touching? They are definitely a bit close. Okay, so what happens, let's say I go and I do a game of Yacht. What happens when I throw the dice? Well, first off, see, it looks like it's there, it's just, it's rotated. See that? Like, you got the 3. It almost looks like it's... But then as soon as I do that, now everything is correct. It's in the right position. It's like the shadow. As soon as they're actually moving, it's correct. An arm's length away? Yeah. They definitely need to be more away from each other. Okay, but why don't they line up? It looks busy. It's gonna get better. Okay, what if I just do this? Take a screenshot of this. And then... what? Is there like an easy way on Windows to just save to a file? Because I can't copy paste. And opening GIMP takes a while. PowerShell? Well, it's like, I want to take like an image, right? And then just like this, and then export, but I want to do it faster because that takes like, you know, way too long. I'm sure there's like a shortcut or something. Dynamite? Hey Bluepin, how's it going? Let's just call this... I don't know, I'm just gonna call it Claude. This is currently like the biggest issue that I have with Claude, is just, it's kind of a pain when you want to share an image with it. But I managed to get it to this point, where I can just like paste an image like that. The shadows don't line up on the initial state, but they line up after started. Please fix. Let's see if that's enough for Claude to figure it out. It's so weird. It's almost like the coordinates are flippy-flopped or something. Random cut positions. Okay, so idle positions. And this is a use effect, and so when does this update? When dye meshes or any of these other things change. Let's see if that's any better. That is not better. Great. And what happens if I refresh this? That's about what I expected. Okay, that's pretty good. So something is different. We care about end phases, not physics. Okay, let's see. So this one changes on dye meshes, which is memoed on base mesh, which I'm guessing is the thing that we pull from. Yeah, we pull that from. Okay, so we load in some kind of texture. That's not perfect though, because I guess you have to do it, right? Because technically the dice could be different. Since it's not just a texture, it's like an actual 3D model. So technically the dice could be different. We have to recalculate. Cosmic rays are flipping bits? Yeah, but not here. That's not our issue. Visual refs, shadow refs. Okay, so the shadows, these are just... what's being used for the shadows? Ensure no rotation. Whoa, I didn't know that was a thing. Does that actually do something? Like if I uncomment this, does that actually make an effect? Like do the shadows now rotate and like... that basically did nothing. It seems like they're fine. Or maybe it just happened so fast I didn't see it. It looks the same. Like, that identity thing does nothing. Yeah, you can see there, the shadows are still the same. They need to be lowered. Like, the shadows are too high. Alright, so what is this? So, okay, RB refs. Shadow refs. Okay, so this sets the position of the shadow. I don't know why it's called SG, that's so weird. Let's just call it shadow. Rotate each dice visual child with one combined quaternion per frame. What is this? Oh, this is just making it so they spin when they're idle. So if I uncomment this, or if I comment this out, they should no longer spin. Right, perfect. And I can see there's, okay, it's as if this random thing is occurring 2 times. And it's as if, like, the idle positions here are not the same as the positions being used. Yeah, I can see 2 of them. I can see get random cut positions up there. Okay, there's only 2 places it gets changed. Is this react strict mode? No, it's not that. I actually have that off, disabled. This is just LLM code doing LLM things where it looks correct and then it's like totally not. And it's in the, I'm in the polishing step, so I've got to like actually dig through it, clean it up, understand the way it's working. Idle positions rough. Okay, so that's set on Yacht.js. I let the demons in? I did. All because I just don't want to touch physics. If no target values. Okay, so what sets target values? Nothing sets oh, there it is. Okay, okay. Latest server values, which is based on the round dice state. So if the round changes, number of times rolled, or the actual state changes, then this gets updated. So I can rely on the rough equality of this. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So whenever this changes, I want to redo the random positions. But I only want to redo it then. So I think we're going to change this. I'm not going to do the get random cut positions the way that the LLM has it. That's kind of dumb. Instead, I want to get random cut positions anytime the round dice state changes. Which is really just here. Idle positions ref. Okay. Static 2D shadows. Wait, what the hell's going on here? It doesn't use the Y value? Aha. That seems wrong. We'll see. We'll see if it's wrong or not. Okay. So it's starting with random positions. Get random cut positions. Okay, so I don't really need this. Arg. Let's just not update that. Reset to idle placement. New idle spin quads for die? The hell is idle spin quads? Right. That determines what their rotation is. I liked the way I had this before. I had it like a single thing and it contained all the information for that die. Like its whole state. And now it's all split up, which is not as nice. Of course I already deleted that code, so I guess I could go back and I can see what I had before. Somewhere around here. Let's see. Must be earlier before then. How about now? There it is. That's what I want. Create dice object. This has like everything I need. It's got a position and a size, or like a rotation. Okay. So now that I've got that, what do I do here? Round dice state. I think this is what I want. Target values. Let's change this code here. So maybe we've got the target values, but then we also have everything else. Like the rotation and the position. And we just, anytime the dice state changes, it gets the new values for that. So this will be everything we need for each of the dice. And that way, I don't have to do like a whole bunch of different things. I can just kind of have one of these and it'll just kind of be everything I need. Life-changing magic of tidying up. Yeah, that's a big issue, right, with the LLMs, is that they're really bad about that. They love writing new code. You know, like, and they love writing, like, useless code. Code that just... Oh, man. Alright. Create dice object. What all does this do? So it straight up clones a mesh. What do I do here? Like, I mean, we gotta do some cloning as well, right? Die meshes? Okay. I see. So it's creating meshes whenever, like, the actual texture changes, then it's, like, leaving it alone. If you were building an LLM service and charging by the token, yeah, I guess you would be incentivized. Like, that's a perverse incentive, right? You'd be incentivized to make, like, a bunch of tokens. However, you're not charged based on necessarily the output tokens. You're also charged on, like, all the thinking tokens, which counts as output. So it doesn't have to produce lots of code. It could just be stuck in thinking mode for a long time. Okay. So I can see how I might want to separate die meshes because I don't want to clone them every time. fine. Fine. We'll leave the mesh logic out of it. Maybe instead of create dice object, we call it update dice object. Update dice object doesn't make a lot of sense. Laravel published a package called Boost. Oh, well, there's some MCP thing. Interesting. Okay, let me think. I mean, Claude is already pretty good. Rotation, position. I mean, first off, I'll just clean this up a little bit here. Alright. I mean, I could even be like, here's a mesh, and then I don't do this update matrix or any of that other jazz. I just say, here you go. Oh, one thing I noticed is this doesn't set a position. This is wrong. Like, it does everything else, but it doesn't set a position. So, okay. This is actually useful. That means I can be like, mesh, set the position to whatever. Don't update that stuff. Don't clone anything. And then, given a mesh, it'll just do that. Okay. That's actually very useful. Because now I can go over here, I can say that this is not a mesh, this is a dice object, and I can return that. Problem is I still need a position. Well, really, like, okay, what is it that I'm doing here? It's like I want three things. I want to be able to just say, hey, here's the mesh for the object, here's the position, here's the rotation, and then update. It's just a class. So I think having a class makes a lot of sense. Yeah, let's do that. And then we're gonna make all these optional. And then we can like set them and then we'll have like a private update, which is just gonna update everything. So if not mesh, or if there's not a position, or not a rotation, it's just gonna return because we don't have everything we need. Position, mesh, rotation. Position, why am I taking in a position? I think we're taking a position because we have to. So we don't accept a rotation, we figure out a rotation magically. Alright, so we got a rotation. Nice. So that part's fine. Wait, what is this? Math absolute value, fast Y. Oh, that's just doing some weird stuff. Howdy Beef, how's it going? Oh, you know what? Let me move this over so y'all can actually see it a little bit better. You read an article titled Learn to Code? What is that? This article? What is this? I feel like I'm on some sketchy site. Let's see. So, propaganda about learning to code. Is this like the boot camp thing where it's like, oh, you can learn to code in like a month and make 6 figures very easy? Is that what this is? Let's see. It's like, oh yeah, it's so easy to code, but it's like, it's not actually. The add to word ratio is pretty high. Yeah, the crazy thing is I have ad block on. And there's like so many of these ads. Holy hell. Oh my lord. Okay, wait, what? That's annoying. And then this is just like, oh, you know, people aren't getting hired and there's like a bunch of people. Yeah, okay, you know what? That's kind of a shit article. Alrighty. What's my schedule now? I'm trying to stream roughly at the same time. So, like Sundays, Tuesdays, maybe Friday. Not every day though. Like, I might miss a stream or two. But I'm trying to stream more. Trying to get back into it. I've been playing too much RuneScape lately. Like, I got into farming Torments of Demons, trying to get my Scorching Bow, which I got. And I'm slowly working my way to being able to do the new boss, the Doom of Macchiato. So now I'm farming demonic gorillas or whatever. Anywho. So we got the update. We got the rotation. If not rotation, we really don't need that because we're guaranteed to have rotation. And then we can set the position of all this jazz here. In fact, I can just do this mesh position equals this, and then I don't have to repeat this all the time. Very nice. Howdy Himalaya, how's it going? And Anonymous, thank you. Gift to Kate Swain. Appreciate it, you know, glad y'all still remember. Am I gonna play PoE 2 when like the next version launches? We'll see. We'll see. I've really been enjoying old school RuneScape lately. Maybe create another channel, Acorn 1010 Games. I'd probably just stream it on my current channel. I might do something where like, maybe like every other day is a game day or something, or I'll figure it out. But I think it's simpler for me to just have one channel and then have like a certain schedule or something. Alright, so then we update that, very simple. You know, I can probably just do this like this as well, just spread position out. I mean, should be the same, but it's a bit hacky. Very happy? Yeah, it's because I got a drop last night on old school RuneScape that I'm very happy about. I got the, what is it? I got the boots. These, the Aranea boots, which is a 1 in 800 drop, so I got a little bit lucky on this. Very happy. This allows me to do certain bosses without getting webbed. So there's one boss in particular that this is amazing for, Seracnus. So I've been trying to farm these, leveling my herblore so that I can get more herblore. Because I need red spider eggs, right? And that's going to allow me to make super restores, like more of them, a lot easier. And this is like best in slot, and the reason why is because it means I don't have to use like this weird like Easter ring to break out of a web early. It just makes you immune to the web. I can stream games while Claude creates massive dips in my code base. Yeah, that's kind of gonna be the thing. Like whenever I do stream RuneScape, I'm gonna be like writing code or just like vibe coding at the same time. So that'll be fun. Alright. So now I don't need this dice object anymore. This whole thing goes away because now I have a class for it. The updates, we already got that done. Yeah, so this whole thing goes away. This is much simpler now. The dice positions. That part is still a bit of a pain. Howdy, 100x. And Wolf. Alrighty. How's it going, y'all? So we've got the positions, we've got the updates. I guess really all I have is set position and set mesh. And then just do the same thing for set mesh. Very simple. They're not read-only, so that should be fine. These need to be private. Probably. Wait, why is this upset? Position. Wait. What the hell's going on here? Why is this duplicated? Copilot? Hello? My brain parses out any line that contains fitness in it? Pretty much. Did I raise the channel point cost of push-ups and crunches? No, I left it the same. I haven't touched it in ages. Change your nickname from 10x? I thought you did, programmer. I thought you did. Needed to adjust it to your current skills. Yeah, Claude. Alright. So then private read-only rotation. It feels expensive. Well, okay, but you know, it still works. It's fine. Let's see. So this is gonna be dice object. Now this is very simple. Okay. I guess I just stick it based on... Yeah, whenever the mesh... No, it's not really when the mesh updates. I just want it to just be there all the time, right? It's just gonna be memoed. Or not memoed, but like a ref or something. So let's see, it doesn't require anything, it just requires a key, right? Yeah, perfect. Instead, okay, we'll make it like this, make it simpler. No, I guess it can stay the way it is. Sure. You want to spam it, and you care about my health. I appreciate it, that's very nice of you. Okay, so this is gonna be... problem is it still creates like an... I guess it's fine. It's fine. Okay. I'll just write it out. Base mesh clone. Let's not do that. Okay. We've got our dice objects. I can just do .current, it doesn't really matter a whole lot. And now it's a lot simpler to deal with. So what is this? Target values. You know, these could include a target value. There's nothing saying it can't. And then I don't have to deal with an extra thing. It's just dice objects. Here are the objects. Yeah, let's do that. And we do not need to update at all. Why is there RuneScape music in the background? Oh, that's a good question, Wolf. Glad you noticed. Because we're leveling up, or something. Well, okay, I'm not doing it right now because I gotta fight demonic gorillas, but sometimes I'll AFK RuneScape. Playing RuneScape with the sound on is crazy. It's not. It's this. Am I botting? I'm not botting. I don't bot RuneScape. Okay. Yeah, like, my account is way too valuable to bot. Way too many hours. Okay, what am I doing? I'm doing sit-ups, leg raises? Okay. See, I'm doing agility training. Or maybe it's strength training. It's one or the other. It's probably strength training. Alrighty. So let's see. Target values. We got the target values. Everything there's happy. So I think whenever dice objects changes, then we'll just update all the roles, right? Make it very simple. Iterate over the dice. Dice objects. If not die, that's impossible. Whatever. And that should be happy. Wait, what is this? Values bracket I. What? Oh. Right, yeah, because there's multiple of them. You can't see the code? Yes, it's the void. The code void. Alright, let's see. Where is the code? It's right here. I can't... You get the idea. It's over here. Okay, so then I want... Let's just call it role values, I guess. Roles, role values. Okay, so if length, then length is positive value. So I can be like length -1, and that's going to be undefined. Yeah, cool. The back end? No, this is the front end code. This is the back end of the front end. Kind of. It's the front end, okay? We're doing like physics and shiz. It's fine. Alrighty, so now it sets the value. Everything there is happy. This doesn't get memoed. This is now a use effect. Which updates that stuff there. Perfect. And now I only have to worry about dice objects. Wolf, thank you. Thank you for the prime. Okay, what else do we have? Die meshes. Oh, this is very simple. This also is now a use effect. So whenever that updates or dice objects, we don't have to do any of this anymore. Wait, I'll just do it this way. For const die of dice objects. Die.set mesh. Base mesh. And I think that's basically all we do, right? Oh, I guess it does a few things. So, okay, this needs to be... First off, I shouldn't be cloning that, right? I should clone it here whenever it's set. Makes more sense. And then we can go ahead and we can be like this dot mesh dot scale. And we can go ahead and also update matrix world. And then I don't have to worry about anything else there. Nice. Much simpler. 28 months? I know. It's like 2.5 years, Wolf. It's pretty good. Why is this upset with me? It's a use effect. It doesn't need a return. What? Oh. Stray array thing there. Alrighty. What else do we have? You know, we could stick the shadows in there as well. This just kind of makes me wish I was using class components instead. Because it just works better for something that includes like a lot of state like this, I think. Except they were always funky, like they always had like weird rendering conditions. Class components, yeah, I know. As soon as like functional components were a thing, I just completely moved all my code to functional. Okay. Idle positions. Okay, so what all do we have here? You can still write them? Yeah, you can still write class components. I mean, a functional component basically just becomes a class component. I think something like that. But this is fine too. We've got our states. It's updating. It's super happy, kind of, except for all the red squigglies. And there's a lot of them. Why is this upset? Not assignable. Dice objects. It's a ref, and then I grab current. Oh, I'm not returning anything, that's why. No unit tests? I unit test the backend sometimes. Sometimes. There are some tests. Okay, wait, why is this upset still? Function? It is a ref. Oh. That's why. It needs to be use memo or something if I'm gonna do it this way. guess I won't use memo. That should be effectively the same. But now it's not gonna recreate these every time. Okay. So we'll do that, we'll do that. Do we want to do something with these visual refs? Because we could totally do something there too. Which is really just a group. Okay, how does this work? So it's some kind of a ref. Oh, and then it gets passed over here, and then that's what captures the ref. I see. I mean, it's kinda like this. Okay, can I simplify the code here and make it just for const die? No, not really, because I need I. That way I have it here. Okay, that's fine. But let's move the ref over here at least. And we're not using this, so let's just make it a simpler constructor. Free range refs. We do some stuff here. Okay. So what's... Oh yeah, I guess these... Yeah, this stays the same and then it should stay consistent. I hope. I don't know if it's guaranteed that use memo will be fine here. This might be a problem. I mean, use ref kinda works, but it's also not great. It'll be, you know what, it's probably fine. Probably won't create bugs, I hope. What's the time here? 5 p.m. Let's go ahead and do, well, I guess 5:12, but you know, close enough. Just say visual ref. And we'll just call that. And we'll do the same for shadow ref. Probably should add comments about what these are. Ref for the 2D shadow. I'm going to do the die. Die ref. That's not very useful. Let's see if we can get a better comment than that. Seems like it's for the group that is inside of the rigid body. Why is this indentation weird? It doesn't make sense. This should be indented. And yet it's indented here. I think I see what's going on. It's 2 here and then it's like 4. You have a request? Sure. What is it, Wolf? Diref for the group inside physics container. Can we switch the playlist up? It should just be random, right? Thanks, Hashi. I appreciate it. What kind of playlist do you want, Wolf? It's literally Lumbridge themes. Wait, is it not changing? I'm sorry. I literally didn't notice. So, I'm using VLC for the first time. And I had it set to both random and loop. And it was supposed to loop all. Maybe I had it on loop 1 instead. Alright, let's see. You're gonna dream about being in Lumbridge? Great. I'm hoping I hear Sea Shanty too. That's my favorite. Or one of my favorites. Alrighty. So we got the visual ref, we've got the shadow ref. Now I can iterate over the actual dice objects. Wait, why is it this thing? Like, die fill? Like, what the fudge is going on there? You thought about working on a RuneScape private server? Oh no. Dice objects. Let's see. Well, now I need a dice. I don't think I need this anymore. Just for each. Since we have a position now. Oh god. It's very upsetting. But you know what? This will be fine. Oh, wait. No, I definitely want map. Okay. So we need a rigid body. What is this thing? RB refs. Rigid body reference? I didn't know we had that as well. Oh my god, there's so many references. Jesus. Okay. Let's create another one. Howdy, Emily. How's it going? Alright, so now we have a ref of all that jazz. Perfect. Oh, Jesus. There's more. Idle position. We have a position. Do I need both? Or is it a position enough? I've already got a rotation. Which must be from this new idle spin quads thing. Yeah, why is there code for that? We already have the code, it's over here. What the hell? Stupid LLM. You're learning about Next.js? That's something I'm hoping to avoid. I don't want to mess with Next.js. Okay, so we get random positions. No, we want the spin. Where's the spin? Oh yeah, it's a constructor. Why is the code here different from the code here? What? It's the same thing, but different. Why? It's the same thing. It's just one is set from axis angle and the other is quaternions. What the heck? Okay. This is a Chrono Cross or Chrono Trigger? No, this is old school RuneScape. You can see here. Yeah, I wanted some kind of background music that wasn't too, like, overpowering or anything. Okay, I think I do want this quaternion thing. So then I guess it'll be like some angle and then we'll do that. Sure. Let me do that and then we can set this rotation to quaternions. Yeah, because I think if you don't make it quaternions and then you like do your multiplication stuff, like it gets weird. Like first, there's some like math reason for it, but you need to have quaternions, which have like an extra dimension to prevent like weird stuff from happening when you try to rotate. Howdy, Hashi. You just want it to be a fireplace sounds for 10 hours? Could try that. But I like old school RuneScape a lot. Okay. Let's set this stuff here. Okay. And I guess now we just do this quaternion thing. Kind of like that. Okay, and now that I've done this, I can just delete this new idle thing. What is this value to local? It's only used in one place, which means it doesn't really need to be a separate function like that. Because you're just doing like one simple thing like right there. Whatever, I'll leave it for now. Please reply to your comments. What? Am I doing karaoke? Probably not. Not a big fan of karaoke. Okay. Good lord, there's so much to like replace. Random positions. Okay, get random cut positions. I don't think I've set positions here yet. No, I haven't. I definitely want to only get positions one time. Okay, let's see. And the trick about positions is I have to do it early. Get random dice positions, get random cut positions. Why are there two of these that do the same thing? I think get random cut positions. This is weird. This is the one that the LLM came up with. This is the good one. This is the one that I came up with. First off, this should be die count. And we're just going to delete this stuff. Okay. Positions. Get random dice positions. Well, we have already like this use memo, right? So let's just stick it in right here where we're doing the die objects. This is where the positions are set, which means I think, well, we want this to change every round, right? My keyboard sounds like a marshmallow. Yeah, it's called Thok Spectra. So there's different types of keyboards, right? You have like your clicky keyboard, which is like you push a key down and you'll hear a sound as you press it down, but the sound doesn't come from bottoming out the keyboard. And then you have thok, where you have like a bunch of foam in the keyboard to reduce like unwanted sound, and your sound comes from kind of like bottoming out the key, and it creates more of like a thocky, bassier sound. And buckling spring, yeah, that's a bit old. So you have like these really old keyboards, they'll have like buckling spring, which is like literally a spring that like buckles or something. It's like weird. Okay, anywho. Is Funi down? I hope not. Probably not. It seems like it's up. W car. Oh, you hear the cars from outside. Okay. Oh, whoops, I misclicked. Oh, we're fine. Okay, let's see. So this is dice. That's all good and all. Position, though, needs to be updated. Oh, right. Yeah. The position of the dice, they change every time a round occurs. Well, this one's tricky. Okay, so round dice state. Does this change every time something gets held, or does this change? Returns the state of the dice for the current player. Fun to find the dice. Current values are in transitions. The dice should be thrown. Okay. Does not re-render when dice are held. Is this true? The dice state here. Okay, so this state is this. Must be like dice state and something else. Oh no, it is. No, it does re-render unheld. Okay. So that's a problem. That's gonna rethrow the die every time somebody clicks to hold a dice. So that's not correct. We want different logic. And I need another hook. I need something that re-renders only when it's like a new round or like when the dice are thrown. Because this one's gonna trigger too often. Kind of like use dice values. Re-renders anytime dice are thrown. Re-rolled. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so if the turn changes, if the round changes, or if the dice state changes, but that's not quite what I want. Time is rolled, we need that. We need the current round. We want to re-render anytime that changes. That means someone has rolled the dice. But we do not want this other one to re-render anytime. We only want it to re-render if dice state round values changes. We have to use this empty array. We can't just use like the square brackets, because if you use square brackets, it's a different reference, right? So it'll actually create like an empty list. We want to use this special empty array constant, which we just kind of agree that this never gets anything added to it ever. That would be like a breaking thing. And this gives us rough equality. What? Is Funi down? You're also saying it? It looks up to me. It is definitely up. What are you talking about? There's no fire here. Don't I use Sentry? I do use Sentry. Unbelievable, y'all. Unbelievable. Let's see, do I remember the info for Sentry? Wait, what? Huh? Why does that not work? Oh yeah, because I think we changed it to a different one. Okay. I did not break it. It's a different domain, I think. It's like... Yeah... Wait, what? Yeah, it's this thing. Okay, I gotta update that. But anywho, it seems fine. So dice values. This is what I want. Anytime dice values changes, this is gonna return, I guess, dice values, which is what I want. The problem is that's an any array, and I don't like any arrays. And the reason it's any is because empty array is an any type. But really what I want is the last value of this, I believe. Wait, why is it so confusing? So we grab the values. Times rolled. We care about the times rolled. A joke I have to fall for every time? I do! Like, if someone says Funi is down, I can't just be like, oh no, it's not down. You know, like, it's like the boy who cried wolf, but I have to act, because if I don't, like, Funi will be down. It's unbelievable. Evil. Like, they got me, yeah, they keep getting me. No alerts? Wolf, there are things that are smart, and then there are things that I do, and they don't always overlap. Alright. Times rolled. I guess this would be like times rolled, right? Because we're grabbing the length. So it's like that minus 1, and then that'll give us the last one, and then... Yeah. So that should be fine. And then this is now a number list. Yacht dice value. Or it's an empty list. Which is not very helpful. You know, I think... Let's just return null. I think it makes more sense. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Question regarding unique IDs. You were told you can have them, but don't use as a database ID for speed purposes. Yeah, filtering on an int is definitely going to be faster than a unique ID. Like, it's less bytes, right? However, like, you have limits, right? So like if you use a 4-byte integer value for your database IDs, it's gonna be a bit of an issue, right? Like, what if you need more than 2 billion records? As soon as you go over 2.147 billion, you're gonna have big issues. A big int? I mean, that's gonna be a bit of a pain. Like, at that point, I mean, maybe you just use unique IDs or something. The other issue that you've got with using integer values is it's easy to iterate a lot of times. So like, I've seen a lot of issues where people will have like exploits on their site where you can grab someone's information just by iterating, and you can just iterate over the entire list of all users. Then there's like other things you can do. So like one really popular site is called Goodreads. So for example, if you can just iterate over every single book in Goodreads, because they just use integer values for all their books, right? So I can just go 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't have to know what the book is, and I can just slowly grab the entire site and crawl it. And that's just because they're using sequential IDs. Which, you know, if that's what you want, that's fine. Just keep in mind that that's something that can be done. Alright. Use dice values. I think this is going to be much better for a lot of use cases. So use round dice state. So I think I want use dice values here. Let me just call it dice values. Another thing you can do is you can have like prefixes in your IDs, which can be useful if you're just like logging things and you're like, okay, what's going on there? So something that I like to do is I'll have prefixes for third parties, which is a bit hit or miss, but you can see like some of these will have different IDs based on where they're from, and it'll be like crazy games dash something. And that tells me that it is a user ID for specifically crazy games. You do that too, like FC underscore USR underscore. Yeah, that's very helpful because it immediately tells you the type of ID. So like, it helps surface bugs very quickly. You're like, oh, well, that's obviously not a real ID or something. And you can keep it really short and succinct so that maybe it just makes sense to you and it's just like a few extra characters. I love it. I think it's great. Have I ever used any other JavaScript framework besides React? I don't think I have. I've used Laravel. I've used React. I mean, I've used like Swing a long time ago. I used WX widgets. I used, like, those are the ones I've used a lot. Swing, not really so much. I've used like the C# stuff. There was some, I don't remember, some, not framework, but like a UI that I used a lot with it. But it required like a license, and so it was kind of a pain. What other frameworks or libraries have I used? I mean, I used the MUI framework or whatever, like the UI thing. But then I replaced it because it was slow. Since when did I do C#? Oh, this was ages ago, Senpai. Ages and ages ago. It must have been like 12 years ago, 13 years ago. I don't hate C#, it's not my favorite. It's similar to Java, and you know, Java's not, I still don't think it's the worst. Like, it's readable, right? You know, if I look at this code, I can understand it just fine because it's basically TypeScript. But anyhow, you refuse to use Visual Studio? I mean, it has a good RAD tool, right? Like, that's kind of the thing. C# has some fantastic rapid application development tools where, like, you're presented with a nice little GUI, and you can drag and drop the buttons where you want them, and you can see what it's going to look like. And it's just real nice and cozy and for making desktop applications. You coded like one program in C++? I've coded a few. Like, you know, I mean, I used to write a lot of C++. It's very slow. I mean, the code is fast, but the process of building with C++ is very slow. Alrighty, let's see. Latest server values. So this is just going to be based on dice values. And now I don't have to worry about this roll values thing because we already have it. Let's just be dice values. Do I need this die count thing? Because I can just like do dice values, right? Yeah. Oh, and if not dice values, return. Since it could be null or something. You also haven't used C# in a decade? Yeah. I want to use Golang. I just haven't had like a good use case for it yet. Okay. Not die or value is null. Yeah, that's fine. A little bit verbose, but it works. Okay. Retrieve your game session ID, that's fine. Turn and round, do I need this information? Let's just keep going. Mesh instances, what is this? That's fine. Rigid bodies, all that jazz. I think this is all okay. Like, I don't think this changes. Even if the mesh changes, I think all that stays the same. Okay. Random cut positions. That needs to change anytime our dice values change. Right? Because if the values change, that means like a reroll has occurred. Yeah, okay, great. This is perfect. So now I want the positions. And then I can do this, and then I can set the position. Perfect. Instead of that, let's move the code a little bit closer. Something I always like doing is keep the instantiation really close to where it's used. It just means that less travel for your eyes, easier to read. Okay, so now that's gone. This is the thing, right? Like, I always find myself, like, I'll use AI at first, and then I need to go and I need to clean it up, and just, it gets to a point right now where just AI does not clean itself up very well. A good use case for Golang is any use case, not on the front end, right? It's really more of like a back-end language, in my opinion. Idle spins. We already have the idle spins, that's already done. Is it okay though? Because it doesn't change the rotation. Maybe, you know what? Maybe when position gets set, that's when rotation should get set. So maybe we don't actually want the rotation immediately, right? Because every time we update the positions, we want the rotation to update as well. Let's call it change rotation. There we go. And now, anytime position changes, we'll just, before we call update, change the rotation. And that should be good to go. This dot rotation, why is this rotation not happy? There we go. What is this visual correction? Core target ref? What the hell? If not core target ref, what the heck is core target ref? Target quaternion and tween. Why is this a thing? The LLM came up with this. I have no idea what it's supposed to be. Some kind of easing, it looks like. Who wrote that? Either Claude or Gemini. Or not Gemini. Either Claude or GPT-5. I'm not sure which. One of them wrote it. No idea what it is. Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. I think it's... so the way the dice work is there will be like a certain value, right? Like a number it's supposed to be at. And then when you do the simulation for the physics, it will land on a certain face value. And then it is supposed to rotate that to be like some other thing. So that's probably what this correction is supposed to be. Let's just delete it because it's buggy, it doesn't work properly, and it adds complexity to the code. So let's just remove it, and then we'll ask the LLM to correct it later on. The naming conventions on the constants is annoying you? Yeah, me too. RB, VG. What are these? This is so like... these are just letters. Rot for rotation. Ay. Did I also pay for Claude Max and GPT Pro? I think so. I'd pay for something for Claude. I don't know what I pay for. Okay, if not, core target ref current. And then it does some weird shit. And it does some more weird shit. Oh my god, there's so much to this. I'm thinking I'd just delete this whole section here. Just so that it's like, oh, here is a nice clean like rotation stuff, and then we'll just reintroduce the logic, right? Update meshes for each die. And a use effect? I mean, there's no like setting values, like there's no setters being called here. Like these are getting set, but that's not going to cause a re-render, so it's fine. Roll token. Roll token to abort, restart mid-animation. Okay, I mean, we definitely want that. Okay, let's see. Update the meshes for each die if the base mesh texture changes. I really hate these like one-line returns. No values yet. Okay, okay. Reset to idle placement and spin. I guess this is all fine. We don't have target values, we have the values thing. Let's do this. What is this supposed to do? Restart on roll or value change? Minimize physics. Reset the transforming kick. Okay. I want this part changed. What I'm gonna do is figure out when this is supposed to occur, which is, I believe, anytime that dice values changes. So that's all we care about. That's the only time it's gonna re-render. Reset to idle placement and spin. Which I believe is just if not dice values. Because that would mean it's the first turn. Yeah. And we don't have to reset anything because it will already happen. Yeah, so my code here is fine. We just have to increment the physics thing because that token has changed. If not dice objects length, that should be impossible, but sure. And then this sets it to 0? Hey, wait, that's the bug. That's one of them. That's why they were all getting set to like the center. Oh, but no, it was set translation there. Okay, but still weird. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. Let's just do this for now. If we're already incrementing always, there's no reason to do this twice. Just do it once. That's the problem with LLMs. They write so much needless code. Start inside the cup with some height. Let's see, what's this doing? Random orientation. Kick everything. Kick the dice. Usually do plan mode first. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm doing now. I'm like going through and I'm like kind of telling it what I want, where I want it, and then we're gonna have it come in and do each of those things. Maybe that'll work better. I can do for const of dice objects. I definitely want the shadow here. But really, I shouldn't be the one updating this. This is more like die dot. Did I call it update? Oh, no, I think I did. I called it update, but then I think I made it private. Yeah, I did. How about update mesh? So let's see. I could call update shadow. Updates the position of the dice's shadow. Should be called every frame. And I need to grab the shadow. Return early if it doesn't exist. That's simple enough. Except that it's kind of strange that it's 0.002. I think that might be wrong. Because I think it's supposed to be the X, the Y. It doesn't make sense though, because like, I'm seeing the shadows all over the place, right? I would expect them all to be in a line if this was wrong. I'll play with it, we'll see. I do think 0.002 is wrong though, because I think this is tied to the location of the die. Somehow. Or maybe it's not. No, it might not be. I think it actually is separate. Okay. Whatever, I'll worry about that later. I don't think this identity thing is necessary. Howdy Tobbs, how's it going? Rotate each die's visual child of one combined quant per frame. Yeah, all this gets simplified too. Which is kind of like just saying update. I'm a little concerned that update mesh is gonna cause issues with the physics where like things might jitter around. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but you know, I guess it could. Okay. Temp Q combined. IDQ, what the these names are so bad. What the hell is IDQ? It's never getting set. What? Copies values of nothing. I don't understand how that works. And I also don't understand this part here. So you're grabbing temp Q fast. You're doing linear interpolation, sure. Based on how much time has passed. I see. Maybe I can just call update. And I can be like DT. And I can just specify what that is. Updates, shadow, and rotation, dice. Let's see. Over time duration, DT in milliseconds. Pretty sure this is milliseconds. Of course, great, I don't have any documentation explaining what it is, but I'm pretty sure that's milliseconds. Alright. VG, visual refs. Oh no, IntelliJ, come on. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Not visual ref. We'll just return. Or if we don't have a rotation, yeah, I guess that's correct. This kind of is update, but this is more like update rotation, so I kind of want to split this out. So I want to update shadow position and then update rotation. Nice. So what do we have here? We've got some kind of visual rotation, some kind of quaternion, which I want to multiply by something like that. Probably not quite right, but you know what? We can always get the LLM to fix that part up. And then I can just call update like that. Once all dice sleep, between each dice of the target face points up. Oh, that's bad. So the code is trying to wait until like the dice have stopped moving in the physics, and then it's just trying to like point them upwards, like whatever they're supposed to be, like rotate to the correct face. That's gross. We're just gonna delete that for now. Tween visual child, sleeping compute correction target ones and tween visual child. You know what? Let's just delete this for now, and then the LLM will come in and hopefully clean it up. Also gotta fix those positions there. Okay. So that's gone. What is this? API? That's just... why is it called API? How about rigid body rough? And shouldn't that just be rigid body ref? Like, you're just done. Okay. The key. We don't really have a key there. We just have the dice key. The position is just whatever the dice position is. Howdy, Rockstone. How's it going? These probably should be adjusted. Colliders. What is colliders? I know we need to do something with collisions and groups so that they collide with one another. This would be, I think this is the visual ref, yeah. Well, now this is going to be die.mesh. If there's a mesh, it's just die.mesh. See, sometimes object-oriented code is quite nice. It makes it a lot easier to work with. Everything's just kind of contained where it needs to be. And then instead of doing this weird thing, we're just going to iterate over the dice objects again. Let's see. This should be fine just to use the same key here, actually. Because, again, like keys in React, for those who don't know, they're like locally unique. So you can, as long as it's not like the same exact section of the DOM, you can just reuse the same key, it's just fine. The position here might be weird. Because I've used the same position. Oh. It's like I need shadow position or something. Does my IDE tell me whether the properties on a class? Yeah, of course. You know, I can just be like, die dot, you know, these are the things I have. It shows you the functions and the method, like all that jazz, right? Well, I guess the position, it can be the same exact thing, right? And we just like lower the shadow, and then we don't have to worry about these offsets at all. Like, let's just set it to the same thing. You know, like, we'll just keep it identical. Wherever one goes, the other goes. I think that'll be the easiest. And then we can just adjust the circle shadows, rotation, and stuff. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Oh, we're down to like 340 lines. To be fair, we did delete a bunch of stuff, but you know, it is what it is. This times rolled isn't used, so I'll delete that. This whole thing now is unused. Temp Q, is this actually used? I don't think this is. Oh, it is. Yeah, okay. Sure. Base normals. That's gonna need some help. Okay. So I think the physics now is broken because I think I just kind of deleted that whole thing. But that's fine. Let's get it working kind of again, and then I'll reintroduce the physics again once I'm happy with it. And I'm just going to pay close attention to the code, make sure it doesn't do something dumb where it just makes the code really ugly again. I guess I can kind of keep the comments here. The only correction of the top face matches the server. See, that's wrong. We don't want to do that. Physics are random per client. This needs to calculate the physics in a dry run before showing the physics. That's very, very important. When we throw the dice, we need to calculate the dry run calculates where the dice land. Then we rotate the dice and play the physics forward. Something like that. Should be fine, I hope. Alright, let's see how broken this is. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Okay, what? What the hell? How is it that broken? Accessing element ref. No, that's fine. What did I do? I'm not sure. I broke it somehow in a horrible, horrible way. I don't see that dice anywhere. I also see this lining up in a strange way. It's like lining up in a line. And that's like spreading out, which is really weird. Why? Okay. What's happening? Like, it's obvious we have the dice. It must be coming in here. This has to happen. Effect devs restart roll. Well, if that's the case, we don't need those either. So this sets the mesh. I wonder if it's like not getting set. Set mesh. Let's just include all that jazz there. Surely it does, right? Let's see. Alright, so they're being set. I can see that. There's no position, there's no rotation. Okay, so that's what's going on. There's no position. So they're like, I don't know where to go. And so it's just off the page somewhere. That's never getting set. That's probably what's happening. Oh, wait. No, I got positions here. Dice values, dice objects, set positions. Latest server values, if not dice values. Oh, dice values must be undefined. New dice values. I must have a bug in the hook. That's gotta be it. Yeah, it's set to null. There's no dice values. If not dice values, return. But it's idle. It's an idle animation. We have to have this. So it's possible then to get in here and we don't have dice values, so we should not return. Okay. Well, if there's no dice values, we have to iterate over the dice objects. If the value is null, continue. No, we don't want to continue. Value is null. Die is not yet rolled. Idle. Spin. Set target value. So what happens if I set this to null? It seems like it's happy with null. I don't like how it can be undefined though. That seems weird. It's either null or undefined. It shouldn't be both. Let's just set it to null like this. Target value that should show on the top of the die when idle is spinning. Something like that. Let's see if that's enough. Nope. Okay. Why? Set position. If not die, continue. It should come in here. It should be set. Positions bracket. Why? Into server values. Rotation, update mesh. This should be fine. This should be happy now. Like, it won't have a value, but it will have a position. Okay. That's correct. It has exactly what I thought. No value, but it does have a position. So why can't I see that position? That's trippy. Okay. So it sets the mesh. Everything's happy at that point. Or restart mid-animation. Calls update. What are these? Fixed, dynamic? What's the difference? Oh, right, yeah. Fixed I think means it doesn't move, right, because that's for the floor and the walls. Okay, I can ignore that. For now. But why is this upset? Because we're calling update, right? Like, so even if this is initially undefined and we're not re-rendering this component, we're still iterating over this frame, calling update and updating its position, are we not? Update the shadow and the rotation. Oh, we're not updating the actual position of it. So the mesh is never getting updated, is what's happening. So if I call update mesh, maybe now it will be happy? Maybe I'm just like missing an update mesh or something. No? I'm tempted to do a commit and then have Claude come in and figure out like where the issue is. Wait, hold on. Is this just, did I just undo all this? Is that what this is? Yeah. Cool. I deleted like 100 lines of code, which is nice. Simplify and break. React nice. Maybe that'll help me out. Like, what is missing? Okay, what happens if I set this to 0, 0, 0? I'm just curious. Like, is that the issue? Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Pepper, howdy! How's it going? I'm working on the physics for Yacht dice, and running into an issue where I seem to have, like, broken it pretty bad. But that's okay, because Claude can come in and hopefully figure it out. I simplified dice Yacht. Broke the the process. Please fix it and do so with the These lines change. Let's see if that works. Please get a commit in quick before... Oh no, Cloud's gonna make an update? Okay, good, good, good. We got the commit in. That's important. Before it actually made the change. What were you up to on your stream? Dice should now render and spin properly in their idle state. I doubt it, but let's see. They do not render. The keyboard sounds nice. Thanks. I spent a while building this keyboard actually. You were integrating APIs into your Godot game? Nice. Oh, Rust? Ooh. I like to avoid Rust. I made one small thing in Rust and I was like, you know what? I'm good. I don't wanna touch this. Okay, so Claude is saying it fixed it. I doubt it. Oh, hey, well, okay, great. Awesome. Perfectly fixed. That looks great, Claude. Well done. I think it's spinning a little bit fast. Possibly. What the hell did it do? Oh, we deleted the scale? Oops. Is that the problem? I just forgot the scale. Okay, I mean this part's fine, you don't need to actually change that. You don't need to do this either. Because we're just gonna update the circle shadows position, so this is an unnecessary change. Wait, what? Divide by 1,000. And then don't divide by 1,000. So make it go 1,000 times faster. Okay, let's not do that. Update mesh was also removed. Okay, let's not do that. Mesh positioning handled by the primitive object in JSX. Yeah? Kind of, except I don't think it's guaranteed because the problem is that we're not re-rendering the components with the new position, so I don't think I can rely on update mesh. I don't think I can rely on this. So, okay, this is the only important part of the change. Everything else is junk. That's line 173. Oh my god. Okay, what was the other important part? Wait, base mesh instead of die mesh? Base mesh, where the hell is base mesh? Did I forget to clone this? No, it is cloned. If I do base mesh, will it magically work? I'm pretty sure that's wrong. Like, that's not the way I want it done. I want it to be like die mesh. But is that why it was visible last time? It is. Okay, so we're doing something wrong in our cloning that we weren't doing before. Cool. Okay, what did I have before in the old code? Back before I touched the LLM. Back when everything was working and everything was great. What did I have before? I had meshes still. Obviously. I had dice objects. So this was my code. It was literally just the same that it is now. It's just clone and then update some stuff there. Maybe it's that what's happening is it's not hitting the right thing. Delete the branch? No, I think I know what's going on. So the way it works is I have like these effects, right? And so it happens like the ordering is a bit funky with these effects, which is causing issues. So I'm not causing a re-render when I update the meshes, and at the time these are not set. There's no mesh for this primitive because the mesh doesn't exist until here, right? If I change it to use a layout effect, I think it might be early enough. I don't remember. Like, use layout effect might be earlier than use effect. I forget the ordering. But I think these maybe... If use layout effect isn't early enough, then I'll just change it and we'll do something that's slightly different so that it's available at the time of the actual render thingy. Okay, I don't know why that's white. Okay, there we go. Let's try this. Here's a sanity check. We're just gonna log the mesh. And if it's like undefined or null, it wasn't early enough. We'll have to do something else. What? Yacht dice is undefined. Oh, is that because... Okay, try this again. Revert all the things, basically. Okay, not early enough. Undefined. Yeah, that's what I thought was gonna happen. Okay, so I can't use layout effect. I can't use effect because it triggers after it returns. Use memo would work, I think, because the result of use memo runs like before it continues, I believe. But it's weird doing it that way because you're not using like the return value of use memo, so you're kind of abusing it. But I think that will magically work. Possibly. Hey, it works. Cool. Bit of some React abuse, but it works. Okay. So now the dice are spinning. Way the hell too fast. Why is it updating so much, and why does it look so weird? And what does this do? No values yet. Reset to idle placement. I'm really abusing this. But it's for efficiency. Like if I focus on React re-renders, like this code's gonna become slow as hell. Alright, at least now we have an explanation of what's going on. What if I divide by 1,000? Maybe it's in seconds or something. I don't know, there's some weird stuff going on. It's like going crazy fast. But it's also rotating on the wrong axis. Okay. What I'm developing? Making a yacht dice game. It was working much better before I just broke everything. So let's see if I can show what it was like before. Oh, right, yeah, I can't, because... Anyways. What have I done? How has Copilot felt since the GPT-5 update? Copilot just feels like it's kind of falling behind. It's not super great compared to Claude and GPT-5 these days. Cursor tab for the one? Yeah, Cursor's probably got some pretty good stuff there. I haven't used Cursor myself just because I'm not a big fan of Visual Studio Code, but it makes me wish that, like, if I was using Visual Studio Code for my main IDE, I would totally just be using Cursor. Okay. Why does it do this? It seems like it might be the physics. I think that's why it's going crazy. That's definitely the physics. Yeah, it might be like, maybe the dice are like inside of each other or something, and then they're like hitting each other and then just going absolutely wild. Looks good to you? Yeah, this is great. Everything's fine. This is wonderful. This is what you want out of a yacht dice game, right? Collision eruption? Yeah, this is some crazy stuff. Oh, look. When I remove the updates, well, most of the dice fall through the floor, which is not what you usually want. But other than that, it was mostly right, except for all the not right stuff. Okay. And it just falls. They're still there. They're just falling at extreme speeds. Downwards. Ugh, okay. But at least they're falling in the correct direction. Pretty sure the gravity is going the right way. So it's something. Physics is hard? I know. It's like, I always avoid it. It's just like, that's why I tried having the LLM do my job for me with the physics, and then it just blew up the code. Alright. This is a start. Kind of. And then I think this die update, I think, goes a little crazy because of updating rotation. Maybe. Okay, we'll remove update mesh because it's not supposed to be required. It's only supposed to be set once. And I think that might have been an issue. I think what was happening is the physics was going crazy, and then it was like constantly changing the location back so that they were colliding again. And so it was like picking up speed and like gaining more speed because it was constantly like ejecting them away from each other because they were inside each other. And it doesn't want the dice to touch or something. So I don't know, but maybe it'll work now. Oh god. Well, it was something. Hey, they're spinning now. They're very happy. What if I divide by 1,000? They are still spinning at insane speeds. Why are they spinning so fast? What about divide by 1,000,000? I'm totally doing something wrong here. Okay. Multiplying by, what is this? Make a copy of the speed, of the rotation. Slurp it. Whatever the hell IDQ is. They seem to be rotating a lot better. It's still way too fast. It's divided by another 1,000,000. Well, Oliver, howdy! Appreciate the raid. How'd your stream go? Creator of Jellycart. I think I have... Have I heard of that one? Or is this something different? Oh yeah, I remember you. Yeah, I think I've rated you before. You did the super cool like car physics thingy. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I am struggling with physics in the Yacht dice game. So, I used something different for 8-ball pool. I initially used React Rapier physics, and then I replaced it with like a custom physics that was based on like white papers, which was kind of required because pool is very physics heavy. And for the Yacht dice game, I decided to go something simpler, which I then tried to have an LLM help me with. And now it is a disaster. I removed the Rust thing. What do you mean? Isn't Rapier in Rust? It is in Rust, yeah. Looks like it's working great. Thanks, yeah, you know, like one thing at a time, you know? It's going fantastic. So, okay, use memo. This hack here makes it, the mesh exist before it gets to the return, so at least now that part's happy. This primitive with the scale, I believe that's probably pretty required, so we'll leave that in there. And then this is a disaster. So we'll just remove update mesh. Let's say fix dice showing up again. Path of Exile player? Yeah, whenever PoE 2 came out, I played the heck out of it. And there were some fun shenanigans. I really enjoy the ways that you can break that game. So we had a build that would just like crash the server. That was fantastic. I love the infinite combos. It reminds me of like Magic the Gathering. That's also why I like Magic the Gathering, is because you've got some infinite combos in there. We have like infinite mana or infinite other shenanigans. And it just makes it very fun. My build made you never want to play? Look, as long as you wear sunglasses, my build was totally fine. It was great. Okay, so this is a disaster. Gonna reset that back to what it was. No update mesh. Everything there's fine. And maybe Claude can help us out here. Okay. I fixed the dice. Texture loading. Right now, the dice are falling through the floor and spinning at insane speeds. The application code is broken to hell. Please fix because it's a dumpster fire. Now, saying things like dumpster fire to the LLM probably are going to make the code worse, but it's more fun. What LLM am I using? This is Claude Code, so I use a couple different ones. I use GPT-5, like Thinking and Pro, and then I use Claude Code as well. Claude Code is nice because you don't really have to provide it the context, it just kind of already knows the context. Let me get some more water real fast. Alrighty. You don't use AI as much as you should. You're a bad dev. I think those are separate. Like, what? You can be a great dev without AI. But it's an important skill that is going to become more useful as time goes on. Okay. That's... wait. Hey, they're spinning at a good speed now. Yes! They're still falling through the floor, which is bad, but now they're spinning good. Okay, what changed? Let's see. Die position or that. No, I don't want that piece of code. Or not a target value? The fudge? Target value. No, that's also... Oh, actually, no, I think I do want that. Because if it has a value, it shouldn't be updating rotation. This is correct, actually. Okay, what else? Temp queue fast. Copy slurp. Yeah, whatever the hell this is better. There's probably some really weird shit going on there. Okay, visual ref. And multiply. What? Normalize. I don't get it, but sure. It doesn't make sense, like... Well, I mean, it sounds right. Okay, sure, whatever. Your hand is so straight you can draw a straight line that's crooked? I can do that in Paint pretty well, too. Perfectly straight. Well, okay, hold on. Well, that's at a slant, so let's go straight down. Perfect. Super straight. How often am I streaming these days? Like 2 to 3 times a week. Like, I used to be able to go just like... I mean, that's pretty okay. Like, if I actually try... That's kind of okay. I was thinking like, okay, what if I just go like super fast? How is there no shortcut for Paint that makes you draw in a straight line? Alrighty. With a mouse even? I can probably draw straighter with a mouse than I can with a pen or pencil. I'm not, you know, I'm not known for my drawing. Okay. So why is it still falling through the floor? I'm still falling through the floor. Wait, no, they should be stationary, right? Like, they shouldn't be moving right now. They should be asleep. They should default to asleep. Okay. They shouldn't move until they're default to asleep. Do I use OBS? I do. Your hands and fingers are strictly for keyboard movement? What does that... You don't use a mouse at all? How do you play RuneScape without a mouse? Like, I mean, I know that you can use like the keyboard, like the numpad. You don't play RuneScape? Cap. You used to play. Okay. So now if I refresh on the PyPy keyboard navigation, oh god. Okay, wait, why are these still falling? They're not supposed to fall. Have I seen his stream? I think I saw some. Oh, good. Hey, it's working. Great. Okay, so we gotta fix the position of these shadows because they're just a little bit too high. So one of these things is gonna fix that. Let's see. Shadow. What if I do dice size over 2? Let's see if that's the right one. It's supposed to be Y, but for some reason I think it's probably Z. What's the game he made? Os. Okay, what the f... Why is it doing this? Like, there's sometimes there. Okay. That definitely worked, but we need them lower. It's magic? Yeah, like, just using the keyboard only? Like, I don't know how people do that. It's getting better? Yeah. Okay, great. My shadows are now exactly where they're supposed to be. The dice are still a bit too touchy. You need to be moved a little bit farther apart. But it's an improvement. Okay, so let's focus on just the important change here. Which is this one. Sleeping. It is not a thing. Okay. Type is dynamic. Yeah, that's important. Sleeping doesn't do anything. This is the fix. That's required. Why is it setting the position of the shadow? Oh my lord. That's a bug. Okay. That's definitely supposed to be t.y. Oh, well actually... No, that's not really a bug, is it now? Because... the shadows aren't supposed to be higher. The problem is, like, if I throw the dice... It's a bit tricky. Like, these fake shadows, they look fine as long as it's top down, right? But then if you look at the side, it looks a bit strange. And if, like, the dice are on top of each other, you're gonna see, like, dice, shadow, other dice, and it's gonna, like, kind of cut through the shadows and be kind of weird. When will you look at the side? Never. You won't be able to do this. But when the dice are kind of like on top of each other, you'll definitely see some clipping with the shadow if the shadows are allowed to match where the dice are. So I'm gonna see what this is like. Let's refresh again. And I'll see if the shadows are in a good position. You're so glad you don't have to make games? Yeah. There's some weird stuff with games. Okay, so now they're a bit high again. Alrighty. Howdy. I don't know how to say your name because it's all in kanji, so, or I guess Chinese characters. So, yeah. Okay. How do I want to handle this? You know what? Let's just set it to that. It's a bit weird doing it that way, but it is what it is. But if I'm doing that, why am I doing like the other shadow position? And like, how does that even work? Because if this shadow here, the shadow ref is on the outside, and so it's like combined. That is weird. That's very, very weird. Okay, let's do this. Come on, autocomplete for me. Okay, fine. There we go. That should be fine. And it won't cause extra re-renders because who cares? Alright, take care, beef. Alright. Now I gotta figure out what's causing it to sometimes stay and then sometimes not stay. So for that, we're gonna get a commit in, and then I'm gonna go in and we're gonna, I guess, ask LLM, like, hey, it's doing dumb stuff. Why is it doing dumb stuff? And let's see. All that code is fine. Fix shadow position. Oh, what is that? Oh yeah, we can just ignore that one. Okay. Sometimes when I refresh, the dice will a param in Rec 3 fiber. Will I play the new season of PoE 2? We'll see. When's it coming out? Do we know? Zero 0.3. Uh, 0.3 release date. Oh, it's coming out in like 12 days? I don't know, we'll see. I'm probably going to be playing RuneScape instead, because I've just really been enjoying it. I've been enjoying, I'm like entering the end game, starting to get all the items. So that's been a lot of fun. Alright, let's see what changed. Use effect. So literally just put the dice to sleep? Ah, yikes. Is there no better way? There's gotta be a better way. That seems very hacky. Like, that kind of works, but the problem is the dice might have possibly moved slightly. It's not guaranteed that they're going to be stationary, so I don't like it a lot. There's got to be a better way here. Is this an online game that I'm developing? Yeah. This is part of Funi, so I'm the creator of Funi. And let me go ahead and pin that. And we'll just unpin at the end. And I'm working on a new game called Yacht Dice, which is just Yahtzee. They're inspired by Yahtzee. Don't sue me, please. And the physics are a pain. It's not anywhere near as bad as the 8-ball pool physics, which I rewrote and I spent like weeks on that stuff. So we'll get there pretty quick. Hopefully. Alright, so what the hell? Why are these going immediately? Like, okay, there's args. Do I have anything else I can work with? On sleep, on wake. This is kind of one of those things where I just... It's another one of those times where I'm thinking, you know, maybe for games, like, React just doesn't make as much sense. And it probably is better to just do this in like an object-oriented way, because I keep running into these problems where, like, there's a lot of state and a lot of things to take care of, and it just doesn't play super nice with React. Howdy, Standard. How's it going? 3GS, Rapier, Sleep. Godot works quite well with web. It does not. Godot, web, I've shown this before, the binaries are like 30-40 megabytes. So if you have like a gigabit internet or something, sure, it's great, everything's fine. But the problem is, if you're like in a third world country, or if you're on a mobile device or something, that game's gonna take ages to load. And a lot of, like, all of the games on Funi are super lightweight. So, for example, I can go here and I'm just gonna refresh the page real fast. Oh, sorry. So, okay, 1.3 megabytes so far on the page, 1.3. Create a game, 1.9. I'm now in game at 3 megs. With some weird refreshes. I gotta fix that. I don't know why it's doing that. But 3 megabytes is all it takes. Now, if I go to some, let's just say casual, let's go to a casual site like this, okay. So, first load, very good. Only like 500 KBs, that's amazing. Yeah, sure, we'll pick this one. That's pretty popular. We're at 2.3. So far, it's still pretty good. Like, this one might be pretty okay. This one might not be too bad. We're at 8.5. I don't know, just click one randomly? Sure. Okay, this is not a Unity game. Or maybe, if it is, it's a very well optimized one. Only 9.5. Okay, let's try a different one. Clear, refresh. Some good Oh, shoot, I clicked on... I moused over something that loaded a megabyte. Most of these are going to be Unity. What about this one? This is probably Unity or something. I think it's Unity, maybe. Pretty good though. It's only like 6.7, which is totally fine. Like that's totally reasonable. Nut sort, you know. Look, okay. Anyways, who's sorting nuts? I don't know. Some people enjoy that, I think. All right. I'm not gonna judge. I'm not judging much. Oh, also, Wolf, I know that you play on really wide screens. So, like, I considered doing something like the following, where I just zoom everything. For example, like that. So, it would just zoom based on how large your screen is, and then it would just be dynamic. Yes, please. Okay. I'll think about it. I'll probably do it. I know how. It's pretty relatively simple of a change. Zoom it or fix the layout. Yeah, I'll just do a zoom. I'll have like a max layout that I want to support, and then if you go past that, it'll just start slowly zooming based on how much outside that layout you are. You play in meetings and it's tiny? Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I'll improve it. That way it looks nice and big. And bigger is sometimes better. Okay. What was I doing? Sleep. I was trying to get this to sleep properly. Right. Let's have a question for GPT. Instantiate a physics object such that it starts asleep. Let's see what it comes up with. I feel like canned sleep is by default. I kind of want to add CCD, so that will prevent it from like tunneling through walls, which is obviously not what you want. I also need to make it so that if it does fall through an object, like if it falls out of bounds, I need it to kind of like reset inside of bounds or something. I got on wake. What else do we have? I really wish I had good docs here. I don't have like any docs. It's just blank. Oh, I could lock translations and rotations. If I lock it, it can't move. What if I just do that? AI best doc producer? Yeah, it can be pretty good at producing docs sometimes. But you have to prompt it right, because otherwise it'll just come up with a bunch of junk and it's a royal pain. Okay, so let's not sleep this way. And it should be effectively the same. There we go. Hehehe. It can't move because it's locked. I don't want to click on quick answer, I just want to see the stuff here. Paused. Is paused a thing? It is not. It came up with nonsense. Oh wait, no, physics paused. Oh! Oh, it's got paused. I didn't know that. Okay, well I'd have to get a ref to the physics then, right? Because I would have to start it paused, and then I'd have to... wait it, but like this still has an issue, because like what if it re-renders and then it comes back paused again? Like that definitely works. Let's see. So now we've got physics paused. Throw dice. I've got options. If I use it this way, it's going to cause a re-render, which is not really the end of the world. Like if there's not very many, this is probably fine. So I'm thinking we just cause the re-render here. What is this? Make gravity a no-op until throw. This is a bit iffy, because, like, what if... yeah, we're not gonna do that. Since, like, the dice are supposed to collide with each other too, right? So you don't really want to do that part. Yeah, let's try this physics paused thing instead. Okay. Use GLTF? Yeah, this is something that loads a model. What does GLTF? Good luck, thank fun, I don't know. Some kind of model thing. GL transmission format. Alrighty. Yeah, not very exciting. Okay, so set physics paused and all that jazz. So okay, so whenever... okay, this is initially asleep. That's great. Kick the dice. So we want to kick the dice. And then I think we want to set physics paused false. And that should be fine. So because the physics are paused, nothing will move. It will just rotate. But I set it to false. Yes, I did. I'm so used to setting things to like 0 or false or something just as a default, or like the empty string or null. So, okay, there we go. Great, everything's happy, but it's going to fall through the floor. There's nothing to stop it. Now, I believe there's something else I can do where I can like visualize the physics. I think I just have to say debug, and I think it will hopefully show me all of the physics. Yeah, perfect. Okay, great. So now I can see the physics, and I can see that everything is totally scuffed. That's very helpful. That explains it. Yeah, being able to see the physics is very helpful. They're already through the floor. Yeah, you know, that might cause a bit of an issue. And this is, again, this is what LLMs do, you know, they write code and then it's completely broken. So that's gonna be fun, especially if I want to make something like, it would be really cool to have a pipeline set up where I just say, make this game, and then the LLM goes out, it makes the game, it fixes all the bugs, it makes it all work great, right? Why are the meshes so big? That pipeline would be nice. It sure would. And I will probably build it at some point, but like it's gonna take a while to get there. Look at what the LLMs are doing currently, right? Like it's a bit far. There's a lot that needs to be done for that. Alrighty. What do I want to do here? Paused, debug. I guess I'll just leave the debug in the code. Who cares? Not a big deal. And I think all that code is fine. Prevents dice from moving until kicked. We'll say thrown. That's actually not quite... Because I want the physics to pause, right, every time. It's probably fine. Let's see here. What I'm gonna do is we're just gonna disable everything so I can see what the hell's wrong. First off, it all goes away. About what I expected. There's no more boxes. Alright, let's add the floor back in. Why is the floor up? What the hell? Okay. Why does it have... How does this work? Well, I guess it's gonna have like a thickness, right? It's gotta be thickness. This must be the thickness of it. Is it attached? No, it's fine. I think the problem is that the dice are exactly like their height up, right? So whenever you rotate the dice, they're gonna go through the floor, is the problem. So that's really the issue here. So I think what we'd do is we're gonna come over here to the Yacht dice thing, and wherever this cup is, see how it's like negative dice? That doesn't make sense. This should really be at 0, 0, 0, right? It just doesn't make sense. And that simplifies the logic here. We no longer need to know what the size of the dice are. Like 0 is going to be my floor. I think that just, it's logical. Then we're going to come over to the dice and we're going to bump them way high. Much higher than they currently are. So we've got dice positions. Yeah, this thing here where it's like dice size, that's weird. Let's call it dice floor offset. Howdy, Hashi. Yeah, we'll do it this way. The height of the dice when they're spinning above the floor. And let's include like some information about that. Yeah, great. So we got like my little range to show that it's supposed to be a positive value. Alright. Ensure the positions are within the bounds. Yeah, this is supposed to be dice height floor offset. Yeah, we'll just leave it as that, right? Seems fine to me. What else do we have? Shadows. It's weird that it's like this. Breakfast is done. Oh, like, well, I mean, it's 7 p.m. right now over here. So, I've had 3 of those little Ferrero Rocher, the little chocolate things. Then I had my morning coffee. And I'll have my lunch after stream or something. Alright. I think that's much better. Now the dice. Okay, what is this? Why is it being set at position? That's so weird. I guess I'll set it to floor offset. Yeah, that's fine. What is this one here? Latest server values. It doesn't make sense, but you know what? Give it a same default, should be fine. Do I care about like the rotation of a cube? Because like, how much can a cube be offset by? Right, like if you rotate a cube, you could rotate it, is it 1.414? I think it is. Basically like root 2. Something like that. Okay, so now it's a bit higher. And now you can see the floor is where it's supposed to be. That's looking a lot better. You can also see the shadows are right on top of the floor, just like they're supposed to be. Kind of, except I don't like how they disappear, like with the culling. I think it's all weird. But you know what? As long as it's straight up, it's fine. Hopefully we shouldn't have any disappearing shadows. Okay. Now, this is not as big as I was hoping it would be. And what is this weird cube in the center? Where is that from? What is that? Is that like a collision box for a shadow or a dice? Is it some other collision box? If I remove the keyboard collider, is that collision still there? Ah, it is. What on earth? I'm thinking it might be one of these rigid bodies. Possibly. Okay, I have an idea. What if we don't render these dice at all? Right, we just have the shadow. does that box disappear? If it does, we'll know that the box belongs to one of these dice. It does. Okay. Something's going wrong with these rigid bodies. I don't know if it's because the physics just hasn't occurred yet, but the position is very peculiar. What if I try this? What if we don't use the dice position and we just say 0 dice floor offset? I'm doing pretty good, Kenny. How you doing? It's still there. It's still at 0. What is this? Okay, well now it's crazy looking. So you can see that dice position definitely is doing work. It's definitely working there. Rigid body ref. Debugging is fun? Yeah. Well, nowadays I just debug the LLM. Like, I'll have an LLM do something, it will make a disaster, and I'll just be like, okay, nope, we're not doing that. Try that again. Tons of fun. Okay. Rigid body. So that is using the rigid body as a reference to update the shadow, but it doesn't actually do anything other than just updating the rigid body. So that should be fine. One thing I noticed is that, like, we have a reference to the rigid body and we have a reference to the visual, like, cube itself, but we don't need all of that, right? Like, then we also have updating rotation of the visual, which doesn't update the rotation of the rigid body. That's an issue. So the problem is, if I update the rotation of the mesh and not the rigid body, then its collider isn't going to change, which means when I throw it, like, it could look off. Well, I guess it's not an issue right now. It's probably fine, because this is an idle rotation, so it's probably okay. Update the position of the dice's shadow should be called every frame. Okay. What do we have? Just commenting with a dice is very useless, so let's delete that. Would the box show up in prod? No, well, if you ship it with debug, probably. I don't know. I'm not sure what the code is like. It might do something where it checks the environment variables to see if it's production. It might not. It just kind of depends. And it might also just be because maybe it doesn't update the position. No, it doesn't make, that doesn't make sense. I was gonna say maybe it's just because we've paused the physics. Maybe that's why it's not changing, but then these other ones seem to change, I think. Or do they? What if I set this to somewhere else? Let's just offset it just a little bit. Is it still on the floor? If it is, then position isn't being applied. It's still on the floor, which means this cube is not there. Oh, it's because I haven't stepped the physics. Well, that's not very helpful. Okay, great. Awesome. I have to step the world one time in order for these to be Updated. Okay, let's do something really hacky for now. And I'm just gonna step the world. Once, I guess. This is some hacky stuff. Can I just like ref this? Does it have a ref? It does not have a ref, of course. Why would it have a ref? Didn't I literally write the same code for pull? Sort of, Wolf, sort of. So when I first wrote pull, yes, kind of, I was using Rapier, and then we replaced it entirely with custom physics. So we have options. We can either replace it all with custom physics, but I'm trying to keep it simple and write as little physics code as possible, which means using Rapier instead. And it's fun. Super fun. Okay, so I need a reference to the physics. How do I do this? I don't remember. It's like use world or something. Okay, maybe GPT can help. Ah, use Rapier is what it's called. Okay. Possibly. Oh, great. Oh, good. We do have it. Yes. Do I have anything else here? Set world is debug, collider states is paused. Step. I think I want step. Step the physics world one step. Perfect. And I guess world can do all sorts of fun stuff. So, okay, if it's paused, I should still be able to step it, yeah? Hopefully. So let's do this. I want to step the world, but I need to wait for it to exist first. Maybe I can just do it this way. If world, which, I mean, surely the world has to exist, right? So I can just call step, and maybe that's fine? What, is this undefined or something? Oh. I don't know, I'll step it for 1 millisecond. What is delta time? Is this in seconds? Is it in milliseconds? It doesn't tell me. That's not very helpful. Okay, how about now? I broke it. Use Rapier must be within physics. Of course. Because it's a context thing. That's fun. Okay. Let's just do this then. Physics debug stepper. Which is literally just gonna step. Just a tiny bit. Does this actually work? Advance the simulation by 1 time step. Oh, nice. Great. We don't actually have to step this way. Cool. Alright. I don't want to do that on every frame. That would be bad. Let's just have a use effect instead and just do it once. Benefit of this is it's not going to re-render everything. And hopefully it works. Fingers crossed. What do we have? It's the same. I stepped the world and it's still exactly where it was before. It doesn't make any sense. Okay. What if I don't have it paused? What if we would just delete this part? What I'm hoping for is I'm hoping that the floor is differently positioned. Yeah, okay, so it seems like it's settled now, but you can see here that the floor is separate. That's what I'm trying to do. Because that's what I need to debug this. And then somehow I need to know how big the actual colliders are for the cubes. It seems like they're there, it just seems like they're too small. We're back 1 sec. Alrighty. Someone owns a charger? Oh, like a... I thought you meant like a USB, like a, you know, like an outlet charger. But you probably mean like a car or something, right? Yeah, sorry for the background noise. Okay. This physics debug stepper was absolutely useless. So I'm just gonna delete it. Or, no, actually I have an idea. Let's leave it. Let's do it this way instead. What if I just do world dot... Can I like pause this? Oh, come on. World dot... Physics dot pause? Okay. Physics options... Is pause... Okay, I have rapier. What if I do rapier? Pause? No? Come on. There's gotta be something I can call for this. This documentation is trash. Character controllers. There's a whole bunch of things with worlds. Okay, you know what? I think I just ignore it. And if it matters, I'll ask the LLM or something and we'll figure something out. So for now, I'm just not going to use the paused effect. We're just going to let it fall wherever and it should be fine. So what about this? Max minus min. Bounds of the cup. I think the issue is that this is set to wherever the dice are. You can kind of see that. But the actual cup is a lot larger. So the cup is also circular. So I really want a cylinder. I don't want it to be like, this could be a flat plane, but it's got to be huge. Or does it? Like, if I know what's inside, like... maybe it's fine. This really should just be a cylinder. Yeah. Let's do that. Cuboid collider on the floor. On the walls. Single. Okay, what's the type of collider I need for this? My keyboard sounds good. What switches? KTT King White. I get asked this a lot. I need a video on my keyboard at this point. Because I get asked every stream. Okay. What do I want? I want this to be colliders. And hopefully that will go in all the different types. Yeah, this is what we want. See, it's almost like I want a compound, but I don't quite, because I really just want like a cylinder, right? But I want it to be like an empty cylinder. Maybe a 3D cylinder is what we're going for. Yeah. 3D cylinder. The dice must be constrained to always be within the cylinder. You can't believe how much attention it still gets? Yeah, I know. Like, I made this keyboard, what, like a year and a half ago? 2 years? It's been a while. Dice must be constrained to always be within the cylinder. If not, then terribly bad things will to me. So please, you must make this work on the first try. It's super duper duperty important. Okay. Let's see if he gets it right. Now, it's gonna get it wrong because it's gonna think that the minimum x and max x are like the actual bounds, and based on that, it's gonna create like this tiny little cylinder for ants. So it's totally gonna be wrong, but that's fine. We can work with it. Okay, so it deleted a whole bunch of code. That's a good sign. Cylinder, that's a good sign. This is looking good so far. Okay. Hey, it's a start. Kind of, except the dice exploded off of the cylinder. But other than that, it was a good start. I'm thinking that it's probably because it can't be inside of the cylinder. Let's see. Can I make it like... There's gotta be some kind of thing where I can say that the inside is what I want, right? Maybe? React fiber? Yeah. So I think they're exploding. Like, because they're like inside, and then it's like, oh my god, there's this collision is occurring. And then it's very not happy with that. But I mean, it is kind of what I want. So, okay, how's the height? The height is pretty good. The position is fine. I just need it larger, so I think I need more radius to this. It'll just be like big. Big, big. Yeah, basically like that. That's good. But the dice are still exploding off of it. Let's see if we can figure out why. Okay, so we basically told it, I'm just being dumb. We gave it a giant prompt. Hopefully it works. Let's see. Yeah, a hollow cup. I'm guessing I probably can't do this with a cuboid collider. I probably have to do like multiple different colliders. Yeah, there's no hollow cylinder. Okay, that's not great. That's not gonna work. Why would you use cuboid colliders for the walls? Like, you could do one for the floor, right? Because it could just be like a disc. But, I mean, at that point, why even make it a disc? Just do like a 2D collider that's at the bottom, right? Like... Is there any reason I prefer using Rapier over other physics engines? It's supposed to be zoom fast. I don't really have a preference. Okay. Well, that didn't work super great. Height fields. It's almost like I want a height field, except not quite. A height field collider can be given any orientation. Okay, so then maybe I do want a height field. But my concern is that a height field is, it's kind of like the land in RuneScape, right? There's no going under it, right? It's basically, it's like missing a dimension. So like, at this x, for example, it's this y value. It can't be this y value and also this other y value down here. And the problem is the cup is in a circle, and so you're going to have two different values at each point. Like, Maybe I could do like 2 separate height fields, like one on the top and one on the bottom, but then that's weird. Let's try this again. I wonder, hollow cuboid collider, rapier. You can have hollow. If false, the shapes are hollow. Okay. Well, that's for projecting points, so I don't know if that's really something I can do. Yeah, there's no solid option. Which means it must be solid. Yeah, that's okay. So we're gonna have to have like a bunch of different colliders or something. I could do a mesh collider. Yeah, I mean, we could do what we did for pool, you know, where like before we just had like, we made like a cylinder kind of in Blender and then just used that. Let's see. Okay, so what options do we have here? We've got meshes, and we've got height fields, and polylines. I'm very tempted to use polylines. What's Rapier? It's a physics engine. It's supposed to make this simpler. But this is very not making it simple. What was the first game I made for Funi? Papa Word, or Word Hunt, or whatever it's called this day. Yeah, Papa Word. This one. A very simple game. It can be done just like an HTML. I think I still use... I don't remember if I used... I don't think I used Phaser. I might have. I don't remember. I think the initial version actually used Phaser, and then I replaced it at some point. But, yeah, there's a handful of games. The ideal goal is that I won't have to make games anymore and I can just have AI do it for me. Okay. Please use the best alternative. How about a 2D polyline? All right, we're gonna see if Claude can come up with this, because it seems like GPT is just like really struggling here. Build an open cylinder. Is this gonna do like a cylinder geometry and then it's gonna... Kind of, but it's not supposed to have that part. Cylinder collider. It's not quite right. But doing a mesh collider could work. I'm like, we could make a geometry and then we could... Like, that might almost work. CCD, super important, but it's gonna kill performance. I always want to avoid CCD, but I think I have to do it. This is like where it will do like much more painful physics so that things don't tunnel through, because the way physics works for these calculations is it will kind of like have like a, like let's say a wall here, and let's say like this ball, and then on the next frame it's like, okay, well the ball has moved let's say 1 meter, okay, so now it's over here, right? And then on the next frame it moves another meter or something, now it's over here, and then on the next frame it moves another meter, and it's like, ah, wait a minute, the ball has hit a wall, so make it go back. But the problem is, sometimes if a ball is moving too quickly, like let's say it's going here and then it's like going really, really fast, right? Then on the next frame, it's over here. There's no collision. This isn't colliding with anything. And so the ball tunnels through the wall, right? That's bad. So we don't want that. If we enable CCD, then it will check it more often, and it's a lot more expensive, but it prevents that tunneling. Okay, let's see. This part, not necessary to do some crazy stuff with the cup center, that's kind of dumb. Polar sampling inside circles, would I start? That's so not necessary. But, hey, actually, I mean, it's not necessary, but you know what? That actually would make things more evenly distributed. I do like that idea. I never thought of that. Using polar coordinates or whatever for the random sampling is actually really smart. I like that a lot. Okay, let's see what happened now. Claude apparently replaced the physics with something. It's a start. It seems like they have fallen onto the ground. That is definitely a start. It just got the rotation wrong. Like, it got really close. That looks really funky. That's cool. Yeah, really close. Not quite. Let's just rotate it like this, take a picture, and tell the LLM what happened. And hopefully it will be able to figure out from the picture. I should make this faster. Is it still saving, or is there like a dialogue somewhere? Oh. Alright. I also don't know why the dice have fallen. They're not supposed to fall. Oh, right. That's because we didn't disable the gravity, so now they're falling. I have to disable gravity. So let's do that. Gravity scale equals 0. Actually, you know what? Let's lock translations and lock rotations for now. And then I'll come in and we'll update that whenever we throw the dice, and then we'll like... That'll ensure that they don't move initially. I did not do what it was supposed to do. Why is it making 2 changes? Rocker, howdy! Thank you for the sub. That's crazy. 39 months. That's 30 more months. Yes. That would be incredible. Alright. Yeah, almost. It's so close. Okay, you know what? Claude is kind of struggling at this part. Wait, the shadows are weird. Oh, the shadows are fine. It's just only one of the shadows. Yeah, okay, okay. Kind of hard to see with all the other stuff. Okay, so one of the rotations is off. I take a look at the colliders. This is wrong. Is it this rotation? It must be the rotation, right? So maybe it's negative angle. Hey, there we go. All right. So that's close, but my concern here is that there's these tiny little gaps, and that somehow, maybe it's possible that the dice still fly the hell out. Also, I don't like the height. I want it to be like mega tall. Let's make the cup height mega tall. Howdy Rama, how's it going? I'm just working on Yacht dice right now. So we're doing the physics for it, and the physics is always the part that I absolutely dread. So, okay. Much taller now. That is maybe too tall. So let's maybe shrink it a little bit. And then let's also throw in like a disc on top so that it can't fall too far out. And I'm tempted to stick it inside of a box as well. Well, okay, what if we don't stick it in a box, but we instead check its location, so that if somehow it does tunnel out, we at least have like a way to know, right? You do a sub? Thanks, Rama. Appreciate it. So, like, let's say this dice here, right, somehow leaves. It somehow gets through this giant wall that we've constructed. Well, it's gonna keep traveling. So if I have like a sensor on the bottom and a sensor on like each of the sides, then if it goes past that sensor, then obviously it's bad, right? We need to reset its position. But I'm not gonna worry too much about that. Instead, we're gonna do the following. So let's have a ceiling. And let's see. That's gonna be kind of the same, but then we need position. So the position of this is gonna be cup height Why does it have 0.02? That's dumb. It's because it's the same as the height. But that's not what we want, because if I zoom in here, you can see that the floor is like, now it's like floating a little bit. It has this gap here. So the dice can't actually land on the floor. They land above it. And that seems weird to me. That seems a little weird. So I think I want it this way instead. Now, yeah, I guess that's fine. Nitpicking on the ceiling is really not important. It might be 0.02 off, but who cares? Okay. Much more reasonable size. There is now a top and bottom to this. The dice should be relatively happy now. No matter how hard they get thrown, they should just kind of bounce around. So now the next step is we're gonna do a commit. We've got the cylinder in place, which the cylinder seems to be slightly off. Oh, who cares? I mean, it is what it is. I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay. So, fix the cup physics, model, I guess. Okay, so now that that's done, let's get Claude to throw the dice. Implement throwing the dice. Let's see, we have a to-do for this. So we're gonna kind of keep it, we want to keep it like within this section here. We kick the dice to do section to keep your code minimal. And there we go. You want to be an enthusiast like me? Well, yeah, I mean, I just write code. I've been writing code for a long time. I love it because it's so, like, powerful, right? You can do things. Like, you can just do them. If you want a certain plugin or something, you make a plugin or whatever. You want, like, some kind of a tool, you can just go do it. So it's very enabling, and I like that a lot. A lot of, you know, you get, like, a lot of reverse engineering and a lot of other things, and it's a lot of fun. Like, yeah, there's just like so much learning with programming. Like, you're always learning. Okay, it did a thing. Does it work? I have no clue. Well, it's doing wake up, which is a start, except if you remember, we kind of locked everything. So this is not going to work. They're just kind of stuck there. And I can show that it doesn't work because when I go and I run it, nothing is going to happen. I will drink so much water if something happens when I click on roll. Oh, god damn it. How did that happen? Okay. Also, the physics were totally... What? It's ignoring the... Like, it's just kind of like... What? How does that work? Why are they flying outside of the cylinder? There's no collision. The dice are ignoring the cylinder collisions. They should be bouncing off the walls and shiz. Okay. Oh, wait, what if it like deleted lines of code or something that I missed? No, it didn't. What? How does that work? Well, first off, it definitely needs to remove the lock. Oh, I bet that's what it is. I bet I locked translations and rotation, right? That's weird. I mean, if I lock translation, it should... prevent that. Wait a minute. It removed my lock. Oh, that's dirty. That's not fair. It removed my lock. No, bad. Okay. Did I put shiz in a prompt? Yes, Mark, yes. What AI do I use? I use a lot of Claude Code and I use OpenAI. So GPT is actually really strong. It's just like the model that's on the web is a bit mid. So what I like to do is I have like a pipeline and I use it for book translations, and it does like a whole bunch of different steps and it's like really involved, and that actually uses GPT-5 and it thinks a lot and it seems like it might do well. We'll see. I will know in like a few weeks if it worked. You don't have a strong level of expertise? Well, the way you get that expertise, Rama, is by doing, right? Make stuff. You have a lot of ideas to implement? Go make something. Make something on your own, for you. Don't worry about making any money off of it. Just make it because it's fun and interesting to you. The problem is that everyone complains that you use GPT. Don't worry about the people who complain, you know? Like, it's kind of like back in the day, you remember when people would be like, oh, don't use Google, go to the library, the information on the internet sucks. Remember that? It's kind of like the same kind of deal, except now people are also really afraid, right? Because, you know, GPT is coming for like a lot of people's jobs. So it's very understandable why people are very scared of this. Alrighty. So now we need to do something with this rigid body. We need to do something with the locking, right? So why, first off, is this like an any type? That doesn't make any sense. This ref object here doesn't exist. We don't know what it is because for some reason my JetBrains doesn't understand that this rigid body is actually a thing. Collider is fine. Rigid body is fine as well. You can see it right here. But for some reason my IDE is like freaking out and getting totally lost. It's like it doesn't know what this is. Wait a minute. Wait. It's a rigid body, which, given some props, returns an element. That's why it's not happy. It's because this doesn't tell it anything. It just says it's a component. This is what we want. It's a pure rigid body. This is actually wrong. That's why it was getting all crazy and like not happy. Okay, so now that we've got that rigid body, I should be able to come over here, go back to wherever the heck my code was. Oh, I need to include rigid body after all. Right. Okay. What was that thing I was messing with? Here it is. Now I should have perfect. So I can wake it up, which is fine if I had put it to sleep, but we didn't. We instead just decided to lock translations. So I think what I want here is I just want to say false. And we'll do the same for translations. And I believe that's wake up. Yeah. We don't need to worry about waking it up because we're gonna wake it up later. We set the linvel and angular velocity. So I think this should be fine. I hope. Let's try it out. Hey, that's looking a little bit better. Perfect. Now when I roll the dice, it's kind of, except why are they outside of the thing now? That looks so shit. It's a start. At least they're rolling. And then they get stuck, and that's weird. What the hell? Oh, they're just kind of going wild. Alrighty. Yep. That's pretty great. How is this worse than what the AI came up with? Like before this, I had the AI come up with some physics for rolling the dice and it didn't use rapier. This is somehow worse. And the walls don't have a mesh? That's fine. It's meant to be top-down 2D. Okay. There's some weird rotation that's occurring, and I think it probably has to do with the rotation right over here. This frame loop, idle spin. So I think what's happening is we're saying, hey, the dice have been thrown. Show the physics. But then it's coming in here to this frame loop and it's saying, make it rotate. And we don't want it to continue rotating. It's supposed to stop rotating. So why does it do the rotation? We set a linear velocity, an angular velocity. And then the positions too, like it's so weird. The nice thing though is we can just like iterate on this very easily. Is I can just be like, hey, you know, focus on this section, this is the only part you can change. Do your best. And we can just have it go again and again and again until it's something that we like. But is this roll token ref ever actually used? Like, what happens if I roll this multiple times? Howdy, Radis, how's it going? Alright. The things are currently happy, and then I hit roll, and then they just go wild. It looks like it is kind of okay. Oh, what's interesting is you can... Okay, that's really cool. You see the cubes here? Look, they're separate. So, you can kind of see them. They're black, meaning that they're asleep. They're not moving. But if you notice something kind of strange is that the dice have settled on the floor, but the texture, like this model here, is off. Right? So it's like the physics for the cubes is fine. You can see them here, they're within wherever they're supposed to be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're all correct. But there's like this invisible tether, like a giant arm between like the actual physics cube and wherever the dice is. And so it looks as if they're getting absolutely wild because like this arm is somehow extending and getting longer and longer. And I don't know why, but somehow that's happening. But if you look closely, these cubes in here should look relatively sane. The tiny little ones. They do not look sane at all. They've somehow stopped in the middle? In the sky? Huh? Okay. Oh, that's because it was roll 0. Yeah. That makes sense. And then I do the normal roll, and now they've settled. And so when I roll it again, they're gonna bounce around, they're gonna settle, everything's fine. And they've settled, and everything's fine. It works. The visual thing here doesn't. How about a 3D convex hull? This is fine. We want to keep things simple, right? So a simple cube is exactly what we want for these dice. But what's really weird is that the cube collider is set to half size when the thing is like full size. Like why? This should be dice size. It doesn't make sense for that to be smaller. That's just really weird. Okay. This should make a lot more sense now. The cube should actually be the correct size. Yeah, okay, great. You can kind of see them now. You can see that the texture is roughly the same as the dice. It's a lot better. So let's say I choose one of these. Do we still have the issue? Yeah, they're still like detaching somehow from the actual cubes. I don't know why. I don't know how that's possible. But it must have something to do with the way that we're doing the rotations. So if I go here and I update rotation and we just don't, I think it will just magically work. Looks like a museum park ride. I don't know what kind of museum park rides you're going on, Kaizen, but I kind of worry. Okay, so now when I roll, it's still separating. What is causing it to separate? What is doing this? More of a Beyblade arena? It's something like that. What engine? This is 3JS and React 3 Fiber. This doesn't look better? Yeah, it does. Look at that. Look. It looks totally fine. See? I got 2 3s, a 6, and a 4, and a 5. Kind of. Except I actually have 2 2s, 2 3s, a 4, and 2 5s. But I mean, like, apart from that, it almost kind of works. And why is the texture off? I just noticed the texture is off, and that's gonna drive me crazy. Oh no. Why is this off? Why is it not center? Yeah, well, I don't have to worry about it. And then everything just... Why does this happen? Okay. What is causing this? It's not the rotation. It's something else. I mean, we could ship it as is. As long as they land on the correct spot, we can just tell people that, like, it's, I don't know, clown yacht or something. Okay, why does it do this, though? So we set a linear velocity and angular velocity. We stop the locking of the stuff. This all seems like it would be fine. Like, it doesn't seem like it's gonna cause the collider to separate from the texture. Is there anything else we have? Like, maybe there's something down here that's causing it to be weird. So, okay, the positions is set to 0, 0, right? Like, that's important. This visual ref. We give it an object because it's a mesh thing. Are we doing something with visual ref that's really dumb? Okay, we're doing something dumb in the rotation, but we already know we're doing dumb stuff in rotation. And that's all we're doing. So, how? Why don't I try it? The dice is in the middle and we throw it from a height? That's fine. We'll get it. We'll get there. You know what? This seems like an improvement. Kind of. Let's keep this update rotation going. Maybe. Yeah, I think the update rotation actually is fine because we have this target value check. So whenever it's set to a value, we know that we're not actually spinning anymore, so I think this is fine. It might be fine. It might not be fine, but it might be fine. Okay, I see a whole bunch of these things. I see a bunch of dice. Restart on roll or value change. Dice values and dice objects. Maybe what I do is maybe we make sure that this is set for the target value. Just like as soon as we set the velocity and other stuff, we want to make sure it's the same, right? So I can be like die. Let's set target value to dice values bracket. Oh god damn it. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Okay. I need a 4-letter I in. Okay. Fun. But I equals 0, I is less than. Do I want to do less than dice objects or dice values? I guess I want to do dice values. Yeah. And then we have die equals bracket I value. There's no guarantee we have a die anymore, so we'll have to do this. Now we've guaranteed that we have a die, if that works. If there's... We're also guaranteed a value, so that must exist. And it must be non-null. Okay. I've guaranteed that the values are set in this dice values dice objects. I think I have another use effect. Or use memo. Ooh, does this need to be a use memo? It needs to be use effect because we're not going to have these references until this JSX returns. By keeping it in a use effect, we're guaranteed that we're going to hit something here. So that's kind of important. I think this is fine. What about this target value? What about this position? And what about setting the position? Like, order of operations. Like, what if we set the position and then like a use effect triggers for the thingy and then it updates the position? Could that ever cause an issue? I think it's fine. But it is a bit strange. Okay. Let's just do this. Let's see. Ensure we don't rotate a dice that is already in motion. Shouldn't be necessary. Just in case. Okay. So the linear and angular velocities or whatever. Everything else is mostly happy. Let's get a commit in and then we'll fix up the rest of it. When values change. So what do I want here? I want let's see. I want them to stop separating. Somehow the mesh and the cuboid collider for the dice are separating far apart. Please fix. One thing I find is that LLMs are really nice at like finding bugs for you. I mean, they'll find bugs that don't exist as well, like, so careful with that. But if you know that there is a bug, you can have it like stack rank the potential bugs along with kind of like a certainty score or something or whatever, and it can actually find bugs like crazy fast. It's very helpful. The issue was the cuboid collider was using full dimensions. No, that's not it. Bad. Bad LLM. Okay. Commit? No, we're not committing that. No way. LLM over here making bugs in my code. It's already buggy enough. We don't need more. The mesh is being positioned and scaled manually in the dice object class. No, it's not. What do you mean? Update mesh. Wait. Update mesh? Oh my god. Yes, that would cause the problem. That'll do it. Okay. Yep, that'll do it. See, just like that, LLM found the problem. Oh look, it works. Oh look. Wow, that's much better. We're getting there. The throws kind of suck. They're not very hard. Oh, and the rotations are getting kind of off a little bit because I need to fix the rotations. But it's getting there. Yeah, so the reason the rotations are going off is because I have this update rotation code, which is updating the texture, and it's not keeping it in line with the collider. So I need to make sure that we reset the rotation back to whatever the hell the collider's rotation is. Or I think it just set the rotation to 0. Something. Am I using Claude Code for the CLI agent? Yeah. It works pretty well. This is the collider in scope. I don't know, but anyways, if I just disable this update rotation, everything will be fine. It works now. Check the kaleidoscope? I don't know what that is. What do you mean? Oh, you just mean like the scope of the collider? Okay. So it's working. This is going pretty okay. It was going okay. Why now? Why? How does this happen? Okay. Well, anyways, it was kind of going okay until it stopped being okay. You know why? I think I know what happened. I think I know what happened. What happened is that I don't know what happened. I think it became unlocked. Or the physics stopped. I don't know. Something happened. How about really big invisible walls? We already have really big invisible walls. Alright. This is alright. It's a bit mid on the throwy power. But it's alright. How did they get out? I don't know. I have no idea how it got out of the cup. And I have CCD enabled, so that's fun. Maybe what we can do is up here. How much code? Oh, see, look at that. We're at 350 lines of code. It's like way less than the LLM had before, and it works so much better. Just gotta be real careful with LLMs, you know, because like if you just let them do whatever they want, they will go crazy. Make more meshes, it may work. Great idea, let's do that. Okay. That's exactly what we're doing. We're just gonna extend them. We're gonna make them bigger. It might work, it might cause absolute chaos, but it will be fun no matter what, so we'll do that. Okay, so we have an X, we have a Z. Is it this is 0.15 that we must increase? I think it is. Let's boost this up to like 0.2 and see what happens. I think it's gonna make it like not have any gaps. Yeah, you see that? Now there's like overlap kind of going on there. You can kind of see a little bit there. See? They're like a bit larger. They're like crossing now. No more gaps. Have I benchmarked how many prompts I ask AI daily? A lot. I don't know. It's probably like 40 or something. Probably around there. I haven't been checking, but like if we assume 30 prompts a day, and we assume that each prompt of like GPT-5 costs OpenAI like what, 10 cents? I probably cost them $3 a day, so I mean they're still making money a bit, because I pay them like $200 a month, but they're not making a lot. JetBrains AI is... You don't like JetBrains AI? I haven't really used it, so I can't really comment on that, but Claude and OpenAI are my go-to right now. OpenAI is losing money? Oh no, right? Anyhow, I'm pretty happy with what we got. It actually kind of works. The next step is to kind of mirror the physics and then perform a rotation on the texture so that it lines up properly. Because you can see here, I have no idea what numbers I have. It's something that adds up to 17, and clearly this does not add up to 17, right? So that's going to be the next fun thing, is to come in and make this all work properly, and then make these roles more fun, and fix it up so that yeah, it's a bit of a mess here. 24 is not 17? Look. Maybe not in your world, But where I'm from, oh yeah, this is also a bit off. You can see there, it's like hitting this thing is like not all the way down. That's, that's a pain. I need it to be flat. It's not flat. What if I remove friction? I don't know. I'm sure the LLM will figure it out and I'll make it like super awesome. But anyways, let's find someone to raid. I want some lunch. Alrighty. OpenAI is betting on Stargate? I just hope that we get some really awesome stuff soon. Alright, let's see. What on earth is this? Getting help from real hacker mans? I don't know who Sheep Farmer is. Oh, we've got Adam Jonas? Okay. Who else do we have? Alright, who do y'all want to raid? Your tax dollars is betting on Stargate? Yeah, I'm sure a lot of our tax dollars are. You're thinking about getting a job on their Texas site? Dude, that'd be awesome, Beef. Let's see. How about Adam Jonas? Oh, he's AFK? No. No, he's AFK. Okay. How about custom shaders in Godot? I could do that. Or this one. What the hell is this? What on earth? Why is it like 2 FPS? Oh, I guess it was just like inefficient. That looks cool. It's like Vampire Survivors. Yeah, okay, whatever. Take care, y'all. See you next time. Maybe I'll stream some old school RuneScape at some point.